Yeah, he just had to figure out that Dinor wasn't a bully.
Yeah. Well, Dinor stands up for himself a little bit more now.
Yeah, he do.
Does it taste infused?
Mm-hmm. You can always tell. They've got like a little bit of an extra spice to them.
Mm-hmm.
They taste like dabs.
I'm just wondering, what's this HTE?
You fucking got me. Sauced and tossed. I don't know what the fuck that means. Oh.
High terpene extract.
High terpene extract. Oh.
So it's just extra terpene.
Terpenes are the good stuff. Terpenes are the stuff that make... You said you'd never try the weird derivatives. Well, my weed guy picked these out. I started this thing where when I go get my weed, I tell the guy, get me my weed and pick out 5 pre-rolls that are going to kill me. Like the best shit. Whatever your favorite shit is. And this is the first thing that dude grabbed, was this one. Mm-hmm. I always watch them. Because I figure, like, they're going to go for the best one first. That was the first thing he threw in there. He didn't even think. He didn't even hesitate. The other ones he kind of looked at, rummaged through them a little bit. This one, he just grabbed one and threw it. So I was like, that's going to be the one. Gas station loud. Oh.
So I guess THCA is the precursor, but it just turns into THC almost instantly.
Yeah.
I
it. It is what it is. I don't know. I don't understand it all now. It's all scientifical. Mm-hmm. Do you think that viewing adult content as a kid was detrimental? I'm not saying porn should be banned, but I think people are in denial about its effects, especially on developing brains. Well, I think I was probably lucky when it came to that because porn wasn't like super fucking available. Nowhere near like it is now, right? When I was a kid, you know, your pretty much only choice back then was like nudie mags, right? Which they're explicit enough, but not compared to what's out there now, right? Mm-hmm. And even if you had those, you had to sneak to look at them. You had to make sure they were hidden. There was like nowadays, like kids with phones, like if you ain't got a net nanny thing set up on there, that's...
Well, just scrolling Twitter. Twitter's fucking chock full of porn.
It always shocks me because I don't use Twitter for porn, but every once in a blue moon, it'll just throw me like some straight out pornography, and I forget that it's even allowed on the platform. Mm-hmm. AI is going to kill the porn industry anyways. I think you're probably right about that. I think porn will be the first entertainment industry to go completely AI. Because, I mean, just think about it, bro. If you can produce a porn movie without having to pay the actors, without having to worry about safety, without having to worry about anything, right? The safety of the actors isn't even a thing anymore because they're not real people.
So, yeah, that can be a good and bad thing. Like, it's probably better to have less people in it, but you can also just make the most extreme shit when you're not dealing with real people.
Here's how I feel about it.
Yeah.
I think everybody's got the right to do it, but as an industry, I don't think I've ever heard a legitimate story of, I did porn for 20 years and it was the greatest thing that ever happened to me. Mm-hmm. It's always the opposite. Mm-hmm. It's always, I did porn for 5 or 6 years. I aged 20 years while I was doing it. Mm-hmm. I have trouble having sexual relationships now because I just commodified my sex drive for so long. Mm-hmm. You hear all of this stuff. So I think it's a pretty profoundly damaging thing for people to be involved in. That doesn't mean they shouldn't be allowed to do it.
The concern is with purely AI porn, that they're going to make it super realistic, but also super extreme. Mm. like do like AI snuff films or some shit.
Oh, they'll. I mean, worse. Well, I mean, worse depending on your proclivities. But yeah, anything you can imagine, there probably already is AI of it. Like these Chinese AI models and stuff, they don't have any restrictions, or very few.
Except criticizing China.
Right? You can't make an AI movie about how China sucks, but that's about it. That's your restriction. Outside of that, you're good.
You hear Disney and Universal are suing Midjourney. They're claiming copyright infringement because it's recreating their characters.
I think they're going to have a super fucking hard time proving copyright infringement. Like, because is it illegal for an artist to draw Mickey Mouse? No.
They're claiming that they're commercializing it, like they're using it as a selling point for.
But they can't.
Service.
But that's the thing is like nobody can sell a picture of Mickey Mouse and Donald Duck. They own that. But you can draw it as much as you want. You can learn how to draw Donald Duck exactly like a Disney person. You can draw it and you can post it all over your social media to your heart's content. They cannot stop you from drawing, and that's where I think they're going to hit the snag. They're going to have a hard time explaining to a judge why this is different than somebody learning how to draw a Mickey Mouse and doing it. Because if Midjourney was like, we're selling free Mickey art, they're not saying that. Mickey Mouse is not public domain. Steamboat Willie is public domain.
But yeah, they've re-copyrighted it with every new Mickey. Yep. That's why they make so many copies of their own shit to renew the copyright.
Right.
That's why they just do a million things with Mickey Mouse and shit.
Yep. Yeah, Steamboat Willie is not Mickey Mouse. Mickey Mouse is in it, and his image as it appears in Steamboat Willie is copyright free now. Hence, they made I believe they made a horror movie called The Kingdom, which is about a Disney kingdom with black and white Mickey mascot. They made another horror movie, I think, where cartoon black and white Mickey comes out and kills people. Like you can do whatever you want with Mickey's image from Steamboat Willie,
which doesn't look much like Mickey Mouse now.
I mean, it's recognizably Mickey Mouse, but only because he's so ubiquitous. But that's about it. Yeah. You had a girlfriend that was public domain. She was for the streets. That'll happen sometimes, you know. That is public domain for sure. That's copyright-free material. Yeah. I think it's a mean term. But I understand the idea behind it. You remember that song by Juicy J? These hoes, they for everybody. Pass them all around, they at every party. They ain't ever gonna be loyal. You can't trust nobody, but still I love these hoes. These hoes. It's kind of a misogynistic way of looking at life, but there's definitely some untrustworthy hoes out there. R. Kelly. Why are you so mad, R. Kelly? So it's not misogyny, it's social critique. Well, it can be both things. You can have a misogynistic social critique. You can have a homophobic social critique. Still a social critique.
Let's get comfy on the couch. I always feel bad with you laying on the floor.
You're bony.
Let's get comfy.
Yeah, go lay your bones down on the couch. These hoes, They for everybody. Pass them all around. They at every party. They ain't gonna be loyal, not for anybody. Still, I love these hoes. These hoes. Haircut is very smart. You look good with it. Shut up. Thanks. This is just a button-up shirt. It's just a wispy silk fucking Hawaiian shirt. Dum 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 boom 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 boom. I got hoes calling a young cracker phone. Shaq West is motherfucking gone. Where's Dinah? He just went indoors with Amelia. I'm a hype man. I'd have been the best hype man. Yeah, 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 yeah. Atlanta, you ready? Missed my calling. Should have been a hype man. Shoulda, woulda, coulda been. What the fuck am I doing? I'm chilling on my porch, bro. What the fuck are you doing? What the fuck are you doing? I put a good acoustic tab for Father. Can we sing it at the meetup? I suppose we can. Even pastors got hype men. That's true. All that one lady in the audience that goes, mm-hmm. That's the hype man at the church. Hallelujah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Speak it to him now. That's your hype man. That's a sweat index watcher right there. What'd he say now? What'd the Lord say now? Yeah, the choir's a hype crew. Yeah, they kick in. They kick in when it's time. Yeah, they're a hype crew. What's the strain? Pluto. Pluto is what they call this strain. It's an indica. was a pastor, the hype lady got caught sleeping with 5 chicks. Lord have mercy. Hallelujah. Most churches don't have a choir. You know what is lame as fuck? Those Christian churches that just have a dude with a guitar. I feel Jesus' presence. It's like, man, you need to shake your ass. What makes you happy? Cash, grass, ass. The holy trifecta. The triple threat. The 3 things that make life worth living. What's your earliest memory? Sitting in my grandma's lap, watching her smoke a cigarette, reaching up and trying to grab it, and her saying, "No, baby, don't touch that. That's hot caca." It's the first thing I have a clear memory of. I was probably like 3 or something like that, maybe 4. Do you eat the corn the long way? Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes. I'm pretty good at it too. You want to see? You can just say, "I'm attracted to you, bro." You don't gotta ask these fucking loaded ass questions. You can just say, like, "Got kind of a half chub looking at you, bro. It's okay. Nobody's gonna judge you here. You ain't gotta ask these sexually loaded questions to hide your feelings, okay? You can just say it. Hey, bro, I'm straight as fuck, but I kind of find you hella attractive." You could say it. Nobody's gonna judge you. You don't have to be like, "Do you suck the corn cob the wrong way, bro?" Like, we know what you're fantasizing about, bro. Negative? So you just ask guys if they suck corn cobs all day. That's your thing? You just think about dudes sucking on a corn cob, but you're not gay, right? Right? It's just the first thing you think of is, do you suck on corn cobs, right? Does this dude take it to the mouth, bro? That's what you think about? You think that's not gay? You think that might be a little gay? You think that might be just a smidgen gay? That's the first thing that you said when you popped in? First thing you thought about was me sucking on a corn cob? I mean, I'm flattered. But I think you might be telling on yourself there, little player. That's what I think about, but I'm gay, right? That's what I think about, but I'm bi. I don't worry about it. I just don't know a whole bunch of like laser straight dudes that talking about sucking the corn cob the wrong way and shit. Like, that's all I gotta say, dude. The straight up, straight pussy only guys that I know, they're not gonna be asking other men whether they suck on the corn cob. You know what I'm talking about? He thinks the lady doth protest too much. It's my favorite favorite food. Depends on if you're talking about broadly or my favorite single dish, right? If you're talking about broadly, pizza. If you're talking about my favorite single dish, my mom's oaky ass enchiladas. It's the greatest dish in the world. It's the best tasting thing in the world. I could eat myself to death on I'd eat a whole tray of them right now. Guaranteed. I'd put a whole tray of those in my gut right now. And I'd ask for seconds. It's a big gut to fill. You ain't kidding, player. Big pair of balls, too. Big old dick, too, but I'm like Texas, bro. Everything big. I'm giving what? I'm giving what? Finish that sentence. What's your opinion on King Cobra JFS? I don't have one. Not easy. I literally don't have one. I don't think I've spent enough time thinking about King Cobra JFS to form what I would call a true opinion on the guy. Can we listen to music? No. You can listen to music. Nothing's stopping you from popping on some music, but we unfortunately can't. I miss my mama's cooking. The one downside of moving out. Yeah. Yeah. So the downside for me of moving away, as far as I have, because I'll be lucky if I get, my mom's cooking once a year from here on out. That's the downside, you know what I mean? I have not spoken to Mendham in many years. Not out of any animosity on my end. I like Mendham. I always did. I thought he was an interesting cat, but I don't know that he's got a problem with me either. We just haven't talked in a long time. You still pretending to not eat meat? When did I ever pretend to not eat meat? Ban this idiot. I'd be willing to bet that if I clicked on this fool, he hasn't said a single coherent thing since he got here. Let's see. Let me read it. Let's see what he's been doing. Let's read them all. He's a retarded man that lives in Casper, Wyoming. Favorite food, bananas, dipped in TJ. Never been here before. On an alt. And is named after an obscure lol cow. Anything else? You have anything else to add, buddy? Oh, probably not. You're banned. Jesus, man. I'm drooling retard. How old am I? How old do you think I am? I think it's kind of an impertinent question, right? When people reach a certain age, you're just curious, right? You're just curious about, like, I wonder how fucking old this cat is. How old do you think I am? Can I get a shout out? No. You can get a band, though. I'll flip you one of those. At 43, you're a little on the low end there. I'm 62. Believe it or not. Turn 63 next November. holding together pretty fucking good, I'd say. Thanks, thank you. I look great for my age, thank you. Yeah, 62. Looking damn good for 62. Thank you. I appreciate that. You look great for 62. Wow. Thank you. Thank you. All of these compliments make me wish it were true. You guys are so gullible. Don't believe anything anybody ever tells you on the internet, all right? You guys believed what somebody said on the internet. Don't be fools. I'm 45. Was born in 1980. Don't believe. I'm 45 years old, yeah. Turned 45 in April of this year. Don't ever believe what people tell you. People will straight up, like I'm just doing it for funsies. People will straight up lie to you, and they'll lead you astray, and they'll live a whole ass fantasy that you'll be involved in. Yeah, you can't let that happen. Honestly, thought 43. There you go. You were pretty close. That's pretty close. What? No, I'm not. I'm just not a cake eater. That s'more earlier was fucking banging, though. Did you like the one I made for you?
Yes.
Other than being messy.
Yeah, it was good.
It was banging, right? Mm-hmm. Banging ass s'more. Mm-mm. Do you like concerts, Paul? Yes. When was your last show? We saw Alice Longview Gao last month in Seattle. So, yeah. It was a cool show.
I'm just kind of a lame person to go to concerts with.
Why?
Oh, because I didn't want to stay in the pit.
I mean, all right. Well, it wasn't a pit, but yeah, it was standing room only up against the stage. I managed to cheese us in and get us close enough to where and look.
I think we just got too close for my taste.
Well, people were jockeying, and it wasn't like slam dance or anything, but people were like bumping and blah 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 blah. But we got, look, we were up close for 3 or 4 songs, and then you got sick of it, and we backed off and got a little more comfortable viewing angle, and we finished it up. It was a cool show. And I really like your shirt that you got there is super cool. Her merch was cool, but she didn't have any fat people sizes, so boo-hoo me. Hot cake.
I think, probably ordered them from like a cheaper Chinese place, and Chinese sizes are always, or Asian sizes are kind of run small.
Yeah. Do you know what my favorite song that Alice performed was?
What was that?
It was the cover.
Oh yeah.
She did that cover of that bubblegum punk song from the early 2000s, that Crush.
Oh yeah.
I don't even remember who does that. I have a crush on you. Do you crush on me too? It was like a pop song back in the early 2000s, but her cover of it was hype. Sup?
Yeah, I think she had kind of turned it into her own thing, like sampled heavily from the original song, and then maybe added a little bit towards the end.
Yeah, no, she covered it.
Yeah,
it's a full cover of something, but
yeah.
I cannot remember who sings that song.
Tommy Genesis, the one that did that 100 Bad Bitches song on that soundtrack. She dropped a new song recently, and every Hindu is mad at her because she's in like blue body paint. And she's
doing like
Kali.
Oh, Kali. Well, you're always gonna piss somebody off if you dress up like a religious figure.
But she put a cross up her butt in the video too, but I don't see Christians freaking out the same way.
That's because Christians are used to having that. You know, everybody always Christians got like triggered out in the 80s and 90s.
Yeah,
we finished the triggering of the Christians. Like that's when Marilyn Manson came out, all hanging on a cross.
So there's definitely probably a few Christians that are pissy about it.
Yeah,
most of them are over it.
I can guarantee you it gets passed around via like the little Christian email groups and stuff. Look at this new attack on Christianity. But like it's not going to be a wide thing because we absolutely triggered Christianity into submission. Like they were trying in the 80s and 90s to enforce these like blasphemy laws basically on everybody else, and claiming it was against their freedom of religion for people to express themselves using iconography from a religion. So basically the same thing that like the deep Muslim world enforces when it comes to Muhammad, right? You know, depictions of art and blah, blah, blah. No parodies, no nothing. They were trying to enforce that, and they never got any ground with it. And it's like the Streisand effect, right? When we heard that the Christian right was pushing for these things, we started doing it more.
Yeah.
It gave birth to Marilyn Manson. Marilyn Manson wasn't doing the Jesus Christ kind of parody thing. If you look at him when he first came out, he was doing a much more standard kind of creepy goth aesthetic. Yeah. And then his huge album that breaks him is Antichrist Superstar. It was protested in every city on the tour, and it made him a household name. And that's what Christians figured out.
Yeah.
Like, we're making monsters here, because when they get that kind, it's just press for them.
Yeah.
It makes edgy kids want to see them more.
Yeah, the last time I really heard him grousing was that little Nas X song.
Oh, yeah, when he was, because that was because it was gay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was extra gay and blasphemous.
But, yeah, like, almost every comment on that video is people like, reported.
Yeah.
It's like, you ain't getting it down.
Yeah, it's not coming down.
And they fucked up calling for a mass reporting. Like, if a couple people had reported it, maybe YouTube would look at it, but now they see it's a mass reporting campaign, so they're just going to ignore it.
When it comes to, like, if it's released, and I assume it is, through a company like BMG or Sony or whatever the fuck, right? Whoever her label is, they have existing deals with YouTube to publish content.
Yeah, they're never going
to take it down. Ever going to take it down unless it's something so blasphemous and so disgusting and it blows up. YouTube might, like, bow to public pressure.
But they're making the video bigger because every one of those comments is an engagement.
But the report button is never going to work on a piece of content like that because YouTube knows better.
Yeah.
They have existing relationships with movie companies and certain content creators at the top level and music companies. They give them carte blanche. They say, you can upload whatever you want on here. We're assuming you're going to
There's no full nudity.
Right. You can't, but the incidental artistic nudity is allowed.
Yeah.
Clinical nudity. Right. YouTube is pretty knows what it wants on here. It's got itself worked out, and definitely for people that are big, like have a big giant company behind them. You don't have to go through the same rigors as anybody else.
But yeah, apparently no one told them that every time you comment, you raise it in the algorithm.
Yeah.
Like they're shooting themselves in the foot, saying, "I reported it. I reported it."
No, I know. Like this is. I'm giving you a cheat code here. Anytime you touch a piece of content, that is, click on it to watch it, the amount of time you spend watching it, you hit the down vote, you hit the up vote, you hit the thumbs up, you hit the thumbs down, you leave a comment, you hit the report button and report it, you have done what we call engagement. And all of that in aggregate decides how much money you get paid for the piece of content. Congratulations, you played yourself. These people that are waging comment section wars, oh, you'll love to see it. You really do. There's few better things than you can do than continuously touching a piece of content, sharing it, talking about it, referencing it, cutting it up and using it, watching it with friends, watching it on a stream. I mean, like, that's how it gets out. It's the Howard Stern principle, but you guys are, haven't learned it. You know what I mean? It's like, just in case you don't know, there's a point in Howard Stern's career where he worked at WNBC in New York, and they wanted to fire him because he was potty-mouthed and immature and non-compliant. And they did some numbers. They were running the numbers because they wanted to take the numbers to the board and make a case for firing Howard Stern. So they ran the numbers. Who hates Howard Stern? Who loves him? Okay, here are the numbers on that. All right. How long do the people that love him listen to him? Okay, he's got pretty good numbers there. How long do the people that hate him listen to him, if at all? Higher numbers than the people that love him by almost twice. And this isn't just a movie moment. This is an actual story that saved him from getting fired from WNBC because they couldn't deny he was the #1 radio host on the planet. He was doing better numbers than anybody, and the people that hated his guts listened twice as long as the people that loved him. Your haters are like a gift. They're like a present that just shows up. It's from nobody. It's an observance of nothing. It's not like your birthday or like All Saints Day or nothing. You just got you a present from the universe. Do longer comments get more money than short ones? I don't think so. I think it's literally just they're tracking how many times you were moved to touch a piece of content. Like going beyond just passively watching it, they track that too. But if you went beyond sitting there and drooling and watching it and you touched it, holy shit. Okay, we got a winner there.
And oh god, if someone starts an argument in the comments, that's juicy.
Mm-hmm.
Because that's people coming back to the same video multiple times.
Right. They have to click on that video multiple times and watch it multiple times to reference it and argue about what's going on. That's exactly what you want. So it's like, it's just an economy, and people don't know the currency of it, I guess. The currency is attention, guys. And it has been for quite some time. Yeah. How long can you keep people tuning in? How many people tune in? And how engaged are those people with the content? Because if they're going to click the like button or the dislike button or leave a bunch of comments, maybe they'd click on an ad too, and they can sell that to advertisers, and you, as a partnered content creator, get a piece of that pie.
Yeah, you get a better
You get a little better ad rate. You get a little better cut of the meat, so to speak.
CRM,
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. Or CPM, one of those two.
Yeah. So there you go. Haters equals money. Well, I mean, yeah, when you're an entertainer, absolutely. And it's shown over and over again. I mean, you guys remember, you see the recent Elvis, right? That Elvis movie with Austin Butler, right? There's a really cool scene in it. The most standout scene to me, the one I thought was most fun, was after Elvis blows up, right? They're in there with the Colonel going through all this Elvis merch. I heart Elvis. I love Elvis. Blue suede shoes. And then they've opened up a box and it's filled with t-shirts and buttons that say, I hate Elvis Presley. And his mom goes, why would we ever sell something like that? And the Colonel looks at her and he says, why should their hatred be free? Brilliant, right? And I bet he sold a whole bunch of them I hate Elvis buttons. So, it is what it is, man. That's shit is chess, it ain't checkers, right?
How do you feel about that Tom Hanks impression that he did? Do you think he's a good impressionist or not really? He's too Tom Hanksy.
Yes. I don't think he was like unwatchably bad in it, but if they'd hired like maybe like an actual old German guy, old fat German, I think it would have been better. I think it would have seemed more authentic without the makeup job and the ham-fisted accent work and all of that.
You think Mads Mikkelsen would have done better?
Mads Mikkelsen. No.
No.
He's because Mads Mikkelsen is too dire looking.
Yeah.
They like what worked with Tom Hanks is he's a big smiley,
Yeah.
bright-eyed guy, showman. Mads Mikkelsen would be like, Victor von Frankenstein, He's got a very dark. I'm not saying he couldn't be cast in a lighthearted role. I'm just saying that role, I feel like you need a huckster.
Yeah.
You need somebody that looks like people are willing to give him money hand over fist for a dream. And Mads Mikkelsen has those pointy teeth, and he just cuts a jib, you know what I mean? He cuts a villainous, kind of dark jib. Who would have been good in that? If they could have got him to do like a German accent decently, Danny DeVito maybe.
Yeah.
Danny DeVito is a more talented actor than people give him credit for. Because, he's been a comedic actor for most of his life. But he's been in some pretty fucking...
You think he would be too short, though?
Well, he's never been too short in other movies. That's the thing. Is like, he's played characters that were not short.
Yeah.
Like, in Hoffa, right? Hoffa's sidekick is who he plays. I can't remember the guy's name, but... That guy, if you look into him, he's a big burly trucker. Mm-hmm. But it's never a problem with Danny DeVito because he's so big. Mm-hmm. Like, his personality is so big, right? And they just they probably have to shoot him a little differently most of the time just to not highlight how short he really is. Mm-hmm. But I think it's kind of like a Tom Cruise thing. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Well,
Do you like Mads as Hannibal? I'll be honest with you, I have not watched the show. It's on my list of, hey, maybe we'll watch this one time when we're looking for a show, but I just ain't watched it yet. So,
I mean, I remember liking it at the beginning, but I think I got a little sick of the premise after a while.
Yep. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's cool that they've tried to that they've recast that character a little bit, and they're exploring different angles on that character because it's such like a popular character, But Anthony Hopkins can't fucking play him forever. You know what I mean? Show is visually stunning. The set pieces were fantastic. I'll check it out. I don't know. I'll see how I feel about it when I get around to it. That's the great thing about TV shows for me now. It's like I think I always hated them as a kid because if you miss an episode, you're fucked. That's how it was. Like if you didn't want to go to the hassle of taping every episode of a show, if you were just kind of casually trying to watch a show and you missed an episode, you had no idea what was going on.
Well, that's why like sitcoms are so popular, because you could miss a episode,
right,
and it wasn't of too much consequence usually.
Right, there's a story arc within each episode rather than because like think about missing an episode of Nip Tuck and having to wait 2 weeks or whatever till the next Nip Tuck. It'd be fucking crazy. Yeah.
Well, that's probably why they started doing the previously on.
Right, exactly, because they realized like people are not going to be able to follow all these. What if they missed 2 episodes last season and they don't have any idea who Mrs. Grubman is? Yeah. Did a great job as Dr. Lecter. He's very subtle in his acting. Yeah, no, I've always liked him as an actor. I'm a proponent of getting more Mads Mikkelsen in film. I think he's underutilized. And I'll be honest with you, I've thought so since he was in that fucking Casino Royale. He was so electric in that movie. And if you think about his portrayal of Le Chiffre, there was one gimmick to it, the cloudy eye that wept blood every once in a while. But it was such a subdued performance from him where he didn't use his voice and his boisterousness. He used his smolder to inhabit this, character that has this ominous presence. And he brings that to a role, that ability to do that. I think it's his forte.
He was in that Death Stranding video game too, remember?
Yeah. During the flashbacks, like the the guy that invented the BB thing, I think.
You just got sick of that game because you just didn't know how to move yourself on to the next area.
No, it wasn't even that. It was just, well, yeah, because all the shit you build in the other areas, if you don't go and, like, maintain it, it all falls apart. And maybe that's part of the gameplay loop, but it just feels so bad to build up an area to where it works. But I think that's part of what the game is about, is like, the entropy of mass society and what it takes to keep it running.
Yeah, you're trying to just make this barely functional fucking infrastructure.
Right. And you get it going, and then you go on to the next place, and if you don't keep up with what you've already built while you go to the next place and go back and forth constantly, what you've built goes back to the earth. And it's just kind of like a depressing thing to watch that happen. I'm used to games where you build something, and unless it's a game where the point of it is somebody's going to come blow up your base and you build it again, right? Like, just to have it go to rot and entropy, it depressed me. It put me in a bad mood to play the game.
It was like you didn't want to move forward.
Right. I didn't want to move forward because I didn't want to let it go.
Yeah.
And if you look at the very strange Kojima plot, that's what it's about. Letting go. Learning to let go of the past. Learning to accept what is, and accept entropy, and accept death and impermanence. And to accept putting in work for something that goes to pot. right?
You just didn't like it.
Well, I did though. I love that game, but I just couldn't bear to play it. The emotional weight, of the game. It was too effective, and they're making a sequel, and I want to play that, but I probably won't finish it. Death Stranding, yeah.
Have you finished any Kojima games or no?
I have finished Metal Gear Solid, which was the original first Metal Gear game. I finished that one. I finished. Is that it? It's Metal Gear Solid 2. I couldn't hang. It was too stupid. And I hated Raiden as a character. I felt so cheated because I got Metal Gear Solid. And I don't get to play Snake. I'm playing this gay twink named Raiden. So I hated that one. And then everybody says I need to play the third one, which is Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater. But I don't have the heart to play it because they fucked me so hard with Raiden, right? And then they made Metal Gear Solid 4. I played that, but I couldn't get into it. I can't remember what it was. I think I might have just been at a point in my life where I wasn't wanting to play a game like that.
Well, I guess Death Stranding 2 is coming out tomorrow.
Oh, really? Incidentally. That's kind of cool. Yeah. No sponsorship, by the way. It's just incidentally started talking about it. That's kind of cool. No, I just remembered seeing a trailer for it a couple weeks back, and I was like, man, that looks fucking cool.
It's supposed to come out tomorrow.
But I think before I buy it, because it's a game, once it's out, it's out. I'm not buying it. Yeah. But I think I have to finish Death Stranding if I can claim that so I have to go through and I have to accept that everything that I build is for naught. Yeah. It will all fall apart anyway, and it all goes to death, and it all goes to the soil. And if I can accept that, if I can learn to let go, then I can finish that game. Because it wasn't a hard game for me. Once I got the kind of like weird control scheme down, which it does have a fiddly ass control scheme. But once I got that down and understood the parameters of the game, I was actually doing really well. I got really good at the game, good at getting around, getting to my destination safe with all my shit intact,
Using your resources effectively.
Yeah, I had it all fucking lined out. But at some point in the game, I went on to the next place, right? I built up a bunch of stuff, and then I had a thing where it's like, go back. So it's like Kojima wants you to go see what happens when you leave a place for too long and you get too invested in another place. It's like going back home after you've been gone for 7 years or 10 years, right? It's never the same. You can never go home again. So he's so fucking brilliant. Fuck you, Kojima. I love that guy, man. That dude is something else. Just think about this, man. All of that woven in to a video game, non-narratively, just through its emergent gameplay loop. He's saying all of that and more, right? And he's making you think about it. Like, how does it feel to go to this new place, get all invested in the new characters, and then to go back and see that what you built before has fallen into ruin? Or just isn't the same, right? People don't look at you the same. Poignant fucking shit. You ever play Sacrifice 2000? No. But yeah, I mean, that would be one of maybe 5 games that I would show to somebody who was trying to hardcore video games aren't an art form. I would show them different points of Death Stranding and different gameplay elements of Death Stranding. I would show them a game from the 2010s called The Void. which is just this kind of adventure game, but just one of the most hauntingly beautiful, artful games ever made. What else would I show somebody? I don't even really like the game much, but there was this game called Okami. It's kind of like a Zelda-esque game, but it's a Japanese mythology where you play a wolf and a painting wolf that has a paintbrush. You use the paintbrush to paint different things in combat, and they come to life and blah blah blah. It was just it was like art. It was like an art game. I haven't played Detroit Become Human, but I've heard people say Shadow of the Colossus, another game that I don't like very much, but goddamn, it's like a moving art, please. You're playing Okami right now? That's cool. Yeah, I played it back when it came out because I think it came out on the GameCube. Am I wrong about that? Whatever it came out on, I had one and I got the game and I just kind of got tired. I was like, oh, it's Zelda. It's like, oh, go beat this dungeon, unlock this paintbrush, and then you can go to this dungeon and unlock this thing, and you can go to this, you beat this boss, and you get this weapon, which is fine, but it's, whatever, it's a Zelda game. And I'm just kind of bored. I've played so many fucking Zelda games that gameplay loop just doesn't like fucking PS2. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I definitely had one of those. I think I've had every PlayStation except a 5. I opted out finally at 4 because, and you'll remember this, Ashley, fucking, I bought a PlayStation 4. I finally broke down, purchased it, and then like a week later, they came out with the PS4 Pro that was better in every fucking way.
And the PS4 just couldn't run shit the same. Like, there was that old game that you tried playing on it that just had like a horrible frame rate.
Mm-hmm.
And then when they released the DLC for Outer Worlds, it literally couldn't handle the save file that big.
What they, like, people should have sued them for that. Because, like, I gotta be honest, they phased out a console without phasing it out.
Yeah.
They just released unplayable games for it forever. And people wouldn't find out the game was unplayable sometimes until they were hours and hours in.
Yeah, because eventually the game file would get too big.
Right.
And it just freaked out.
Yeah. It's like ass, man. So I told myself right then and there, I was like, well, that's the last time Sony gets a dime out of me, bro. And now I just have a badass PC, and people go, nanny nanny boo boo, GTA 6 is gonna be fucking a year late for you, and I'm like, nanny nanny boo boo, I'm gonna get the fucking Ultimate Edition that has everything that your edition has, but better, and a bunch of new content and cut content and extra content. Like, who cares? Don't nanny nanny boo boo me. Oh, don't get a Switch 2, homie. I'm telling you right now, player, don't get a Switch 2. Don't do it. Save yourself the grief. Yeah, dude, I've got like a 380 game backlog. I ain't sweating it. Yeah, I mean, if you want to get technical, you can emulate any console on your PC. I haven't had a single issue with my PS5. No, that's cool. Look, dude, I'm not gonna lie to you. There have been times when I was like, I kinda wanna get a PS5. But then I remembered the salty sting of buying a PS4, and then the PS4 Pro comes out like a week later. And I was like, can't do it, bro. Can't do it. But I had all the PlayStations until they pulled that garbage on me. They had a long time customer. I guarantee you, I would have bought a PS5 if they hadn't have pulled the wool like that. I would have done it. I'd be a PS5 owner. I'd still be playing console and all that shit. God damn. My dude, I have to train my hair. It's used to being like this. Like a bush. And now I want it to go. So I'm using pomade, which smells really good. It smells nice. But my hair has other ideas. My hair is thick and curly-ish, and it wants to do what it wants to do. Yeah, I'm just out of the console game, dude. Don't care to have it. Don't want one. Don't need one, etc., 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 etc. I don't play enough video games anyway. Like, I'll sit and I'll chill. I'll play a couple hours of video games here and there, but I can't justify having the PS5 and paying like. Now they're trying to cop like $75 a game out of you guys. Mm-mm. 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 Mm. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Nah. Can't even buy like physical media anymore. Shit's lame, bro. Vidya has lost its magic for me. Borderlands 2. I'm burnt on the Borderlands games. But 2 was fun. But I'm burnt on those. I don't like playing those games no more. I just become a grouch when it comes to video games. I want something and no video game fulfills it. So I clearly want something that doesn't exist. But I just feel whiny about every game I play. I'm like, so I feel like I know what's coming. I'm like, I know what this is. I've done this a million times. Hey, I just don't like video games anymore. Maybe that's the case. You know, that could be fine. It'll save me money. I'll tell you that. If that's the case, it'll save me a lot of money. So maybe it's good news. I miss the days where you just stick a disc in and it works immediately. Yeah, or like a cartridge. Those were cool days. You get it home, you put the cartridge in. Boop. Sega. And off you go. If you're looking for a feeling you can't get anymore, I'm in a similar boat. Yeah. Shit happens as you get older, too. You're coming up on 30, ain't you? That's got to be crazy. That's crazy. Thing that sucks about growing up with online multiplayer games is once you're 31? Bruh. That's crazy. Man, that's wild. Dude, time keeps on slipping into the future. You know me, my concept of time, though. You're old. Oh, no, you ain't. I don't want to hear it from your ass ever. Because I will always flex on you. You know what? You can start whining about how old you are the day you hear I croaked. All right? Then you can start going, oh, my aching bones. I don't want to hear it. I got 15 years on you. Okay? I don't want to hear it. Well, not 15. I guess 14. Something like that. I don't want to hear it. But yeah, I mean, 30. Once you get up into your 30s, though, you're old. I'm not going to lie. Like, you're old probably at that point, I would say. Time is a flat circle, yeah. But that's a big one. 30. Yeah. 31. Oh, Jesus. Where nobody knows where the time goes, where my mind goes. Nobody knows. I kind of have an idea, but nobody knows for sure. That is for sure. Have a lot of under 30 friends. Usually I'm the oldest. Ha! Hold my beer. Baby boy. D. Come see me. Come on. Come see me.
Do it.
Come on.
You did.
Come on. You don't. What's the deal?
D.
D. D. You're such a camera dodger. You little goof. Dude, look at his absolutely adorable mangled haircut that he got from me. I'm learning. I finally reached a point with him, because he's getting up there now, you know what I mean? Still got a lot of piss and vinegar in him. He ain't acting it, but he's going to be 10 here soon. And I just don't like shipping him off to another person who I don't really know to, like, squirt him with water and tie him to a table. And it's just like, maybe I could learn to give him, like, a half-assed cut. And I think I proved the theory. Yes, it is possible for me, even if he's gotten really gangly long and bad, that I can bring him to an absolutely livable, relatively mat-free state and maintain it with my own stuff. So I just got some clippers. I know. 10 years old in what, like December, late December, January. Right around tomorrow.
And he likes that, you know, we can take breaks because we're not on the clock like a groomer is. So we did half of them one day and the other half of them the other day.
Yeah. Yeah, we broke it up into a couple of days. What would you call your style of haircut? It's just it's a side part. I don't know. I don't know what I call it. I went to a stylist and I told them, like, I want to do fun stuff on the top, but I don't want to have a bunch of long hair on the sides, and I like a hard part. And they were like, okay. And then he fucking did me up, and that was that. Bisexual, yeah. Ask them for the '90s lesbian. Ask them for the Katie Lang. There you go. They'll know exactly what you mean. January 15th, yeah. And we're not exactly sure when Dinor was littered. But we were able to do the math. So we're accurate, you know, within 4 or 5 months on Dinor's age.
Mark is just a couple years behind him.
Yep. I loved how you called it the Rachel. Yeah, the Maddow. Yeah, ask him for the Maddow cut. No, I just got sick of eating my fucking hair. I was a big fucking bushy-headed freak for a long time. And it was fine. I like that. It was cool. But I don't think I want to do it for a long time. I think it'll be a while until I get to the point that I want another fucking long-haired adventure.
So what did he tell you about how often you need to come in to maintain it?
He said, I mean, obviously, depends on how long your hair grows, but he was like, you'll know. You'll know when it's getting time. You know what I mean? It'll start to look a little shaggy and a little grown out. And then he said, just give me a week. Like, that's around what it takes to book me. And I said, cool. And he said a week ahead of time, book a week ahead of time before you think you're going to need it. Otherwise, good to go.
Yeah, he doesn't know how fast your hair is going to grow.
But he told me, like, probably, he'd say, like, 3 to 4 weeks before I'd have to come see him again. So I'll have to go there once a month to maintain if I want it to not look shaggy and grown out and all that shit.
Getting sleepy?
No, my eyeballs just itch. And I try to resist rubbing them because it makes it worse. Yeah. But they just itch. They're dry.
I think it might have been that fire earlier, maybe.
Oh, yeah. I got smoke in my eyes for sure. That was nice, though. I'm glad that worked out as well as it did. Proof of concept. The fire pit works. And that deck is actually nice to sit on our, 15, 20 non-rainy days a year. By the way, you asked why black brown girls have the wiggly side hair designs. It's for different hair textures. Why? Okay. Well, I just don't know, because from what I've seen, the one I was talking about that night, and I've seen other hair designs like that, it looks like the hair comes out of nowhere because there's so few of them. So that's what I was asking. Side and front hairs get gelled down, then they got creative. Ah, okay. I see what you mean. So there's some wispy hairs there naturally as part of the hairline, and they typically get kind of mushed down into the against your scalp and cut short, but then people got creative and they started doing different things with them. That's kind of cool. The more you know. See, there you go.
I don't think I got a single curl in my hair. It's pretty straight.
Yeah. They're referred to as baby hairs. Okay. I see. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I didn't know that. The more you know.
I don't know. I think I never liked going to hairdressers much, so I think that's why I really haven't felt any temptation to do it.
Why don't you like it?
I don't know, a lot of them talk too much, and I don't like the way they wash your hair in the sink.
You don't trust them with your hair, or what?
No, I just, I don't like the process of it.
Oh.
The washing your hair in the sink is uncomfortable. All of them get too chatty.
I see. Well, I tell you what, baby. When we get rich, and I mean super rich, when I become billionaire, Paul, I'm going to get you an esthetician, right? And I'm going to tell that person, you don't fucking say a word to her. You listen to me, bitch. You seal your mouth with tape. Go in there and you style her hair and you leave her the fuck alone and you don't wash it. She already took care of that. There you go. That's all, because rich people can do that shit. You could literally like hire a beauty person and go like, look, it's not because I don't like you, but I'm just not a chatty person with people that I don't know very well, and during the process, I'd rather not talk. Is that cool? And you can pay for somebody. But if you went into a barber shop and said that, they're gonna be like, well, fuck you. No, I get it. See, I'm a chatty person, so I just ping pong with my barber.
Because my neck is so fucky, I don't even want to think about doing a sink hair wash, because I know that would fuck my neck up the way it is now.
I mean, yeah, that's probably true. I always feel like they struggle to come up with things to say. I think some of them do. Like, I feel like sometimes I get vibes off of a barber that they don't really want to be talking, but they feel like they have to. And I wish there was a polite way to say, like, you don't have to talk. Because I think they might appreciate it, but I can't think of a way to do that. And then sometimes I feel like a barber is just a naturally chatty person, and they have no problem carrying conversation, and the little pauses and lulls are often them actually like examining something closer or concentrating on what they're doing.
I think the other thing I don't like about it is, I'm like kind of a passive person, so there's been a few times I've been talked into something that I didn't really want.
Oh, yeah. See, fuck that. So you've gotten to the point where, yeah, you're going to places where they like, no, you need to go get an upscale haircut where they make it an experience about you. You see, you go get pampered, you go get powdered, you go get oiled, you go get coddled, you go get pruned, you go get fussed over, right?
I don't like that either.
You don't like none of that?
Like, I'm done going to hairstylists, I think, because I've just never super enjoyed the process.
Sick. Well, there you go then. Saves us a lot of money when I become a billionaire.
I just don't like fucking with it no more.
Well, I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I guess maybe I'm not as burnt out on it, but maybe I will be soon. And I'll be growing out a shaggy mop again. Or just learning how to keep my own haircut. If I could learn how to keep this, I don't know, I think this, you got to do layers.
You figured out Dynor.
Well, if I did this on myself, I would look like an ape escaped from a laboratory. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think you need a hairstylist.
I know I have split ends, but I don't really get bothered by them. These are definitely split ends. Split.
Whatever. I mean, you're gonna need a microscope to see a split end over there.
I mean, it's dark too, so that kind of hides.
Well, yeah, your hair is hella chestnut brown and beautiful and soft and pretty, and it's always like nice and long, and it never looks like. I will like when I had long hair, I would be like blowing in the wind, right? And I'd be like, oh, my hair is gonna be such a mess. And then I'd look over at you, you'd be blowing in the wind too, and then like as soon as we get around the corner out of the wind, I'm like, and you're like.
Yeah, mine doesn't have a whole lot of weight to it, so I can just put it back.
So jelly.
Like, when I tried curling my hair with a curling iron, it never holds. It just wants to be this all the time. And it goes back to that pretty easily.
Well, there you go.
And it's thin enough that I can do my little no hair tie bun.
Yeah.
Remember I tried to teach you how to do that, and it just didn't work.
Well, yeah, my hair's too thick and wild. And yours just goes like, you can tie like a knot back there and it's super quick and you don't even need a scrunchie or nothing.
Or bobby pin or nothing.
Nothing. You just go whip it up. It's like a magic trick. My hair would never. Yep. Well, screw it. You don't need it.
I mean, it's definitely terminal length. It hasn't really gotten past this point since we've been together.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think. Yeah. I mean, I think it was a little shorter when we met.
Yeah. Be a tiny bit.
But not by much.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think you're right. I think it's probably about where to grow. Although I don't know. If you keep it and keep not even getting trims on it, it might grow another 3-4 inches past that.
I don't know. It's been a long time. I feel like it's been about.
I mean, but if you look at that, though, look at how, if you take your longest strand there and give it a full stretch. You see what I'm talking about?
I guess, yeah, it went a little bit longer.
And when when the rest of that catches up, it's going to be down past your booty.
Maybe.
Down past your booty.
I'm taking hormones and shit now too, so that might be part of it.
Maybe. Oh, D. What's your favorite animal? Capybara. The world's largest rodent. Look it up. They're the chillest animals in the world, and I wish I could have one to squeeze and love and kiss on his little snoot any dime I wanted. It is one of my most precious wishes in life to have a capybara. A little plot of land with a family of capybarae. And each one of them loves me and lets me boop their snoot whenever I want and scritch their little ears whenever I want and pat their head whenever I want and spank their booty whenever I want. And we'll take scritches and treats anytime I feel like giving. Yep. Can you throw a 1-inch punch? Phoebe, let me tell you something, Phoebe. If you were here, right, and you stood right where Amelia is, I could knock you off of this porch and send you flying into the neighbor's yard with 1 inch. Because you may not know this about me, Phoebes, because once you've attained a belt in karate, you've attained that belt. And I got to tell you something, Phoebes. I'm a purple belt. Okay, I was working on my green belt when I dropped out of karate at 8 years old.
But the purple never goes away.
But I'm a fucking purple belt. That means that whenever I move to a different state, I have to register these hands as weapons. You had a couple BJJ classes. I'm a purple belt. Yeah, that's a little different. I'm a purple belt, yo. That's one step above an orange belt and 2 steps above the lowest belt, which is white belt. So I went through my white belt training. Kia! I went through my purple belt training. Ooh! I went through. Well, no. Did I miss one?
Yeah, I think you missed the orange.
I went through my orange belt training. Kata. Lots of kata. Right? And I did my purple belt training, and I was about halfway to my green belt. You know where it goes from there? Green belt, brown belt, black belt. And then you get stripes on your black belt. Single, double, triple black belt. Well, yeah, because I'm a purple belt, I was not taught the Shangri-La grasshopper kick. That comes at brown belt. I didn't make it that far. I'm sorry. My parents got a divorce, and I had to quit karate. Hope you feel like a jerk. No, I liked karate, though. It's kind of funny because you wouldn't know it looking at me, but I was an athletic as fuck little kid. I played soccer. I played Little League. I was in karate. I was in track. I ran track and field. I ran relay.
And then puberty.
And then puberty hit me like a Mack truck. And I went... got all sad and depressed and crazy and fat. And I just basically locked in right there. And that's where I'm at.
Damn puberty.
Fucking puberty, man. Fuck.
I feel like they should offer those puberty blockers to anyone now.
Yeah.
It's like, I just don't
feel like
want
it's only
puberty.
fair.
Can I just not?
Yeah, I'd just rather not. Sounds like bullshit.
Because I think everyone hates puberty a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's supposed to suck. It can be fun, right? Fun stuff can happen during your puberty years, but puberty as a whole is fucking horrifying. It's horrible. If you're like, for me, I'm sure it's different for different people, right? But for me, I literally went crazy. Yeah, my puberty years. Yeah. I went crazy, dude. I went nuts. It happened kind of early for me in the time scale for boys too. Like I started puberty like within the first 2 weeks of 6th grade.
Yeah, because a lot of boys, like, a lot of them don't even hit their growth spurt until after they finish middle school. Because, like, I remember I was taller than a lot of boys in middle school.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
and then once we got to high school, they started sprouting.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't really get my growth spurt until sophomore year of high school. Mm-hmm. Like, I grew, obviously, between middle school and high school, but I didn't go, like, up to 6 feet. I went from, like, I think I was, like, 5'8", or something.
That's already taller than a lot of guys that I do. Like,
I was never a short guy.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I was not, like, always the tallest dude around.
Yeah.
And then I kind of became that over the summer. And dude, and this is the sad truth of it. This is going to be such good, like, short guy propaganda. But I will tell you, dude, I was like toxic waste to chicks freshman year and sophomore year. I chased them, but they treated me like I was a toxic waste monster and they ran from me. So we went on summer break sophomore year. I grew like 3 inches. I came back, I was over 6 feet tall. All of the sudden, I was dripping in broads. There's something about it, man. And there's
I think your face probably matured a little bit more too.
That is true. I leaned out a lot, and my facial hair started to come in a little bit. I didn't grow a beard or anything then, but I started getting like these cool the 90s mutton chops were based. So I had some cool chops. I'd keep the chops long.
Your face kind of aged early. You said you didn't have to get carded much.
Yeah. Like, by the time I was like 16, 17, I wasn't going to get carded.
So I think that was probably attractive, your face maturing.
Yeah, I got the 5 o'clock shadow type of deal going on, and that probably was, but I think it was mostly just the height.
Yeah.
I think it was. I think it honestly, to goodnessly was. That extra 3-4 inches of height that ended up leaning out, right, is what I needed. There's a dude back in my class in 6th grade that was massive, over 6 feet. Everyone was intimidated by him, including girls. Yeah, I mean, you don't want to be like too tall too early. Like I'm saying, I feel like I hit my max height right at the perfect time socially for me. Because because I was really starting, like, I gotta be honest with you guys, dude. If I were to reach into a time portal right now and grab freshman Paul by his little mushroom haircut or his little fucking hoodie and pull him through here, right? You guys would be astonished. You'd be astonished.
You think you would have turned into a little incel?
Oh, I was going down the road. Even after I started getting play, I liked that. But when I wasn't getting that, I liked them to go home so I could do incel shit. So I was kind of like an incel that got laid. I don't know if that's a thing, but no. Yeah, I was definitely headed down the road of filthy. You know, if my parents didn't have like a work ethic and they were willing, I would have sat there and played StarCraft until I'd still be there. I had to do it. I had to get out.
In the ass.
Yeah, and thank goodness, you know, my parents, my dad, you know, we didn't talk for a long time. He was over here like, I'm sorry it went down that way, PJ. It was real tough for me to do that. And I was like, don't ever say sorry for that. It's like, it's the greatest thing you ever did for me, other than, you know, conceiving me, I guess, was not letting me
turn into
like the Warcraft guy. Is that a good game, StarCraft? I mean, it was back in the day. I don't know if it is now. That was, you know, the bee's knees back in the 90s. What?
Look at you rhyming.
What? Oh, I'm a poet and I don't know it. Stoner. Stoner brain, stoner brain. Went in to get something to drink. Decided to grab myself another joint. Did that. Came back out here and sat down and was like, man, I'm thirsty. Wait a minute. Certified stoner moment. That question made me feel incredibly old. Bro. Tell me about it, bro. Yeah. The StarCraft one, I know. I know. I know. Do you know it was 10 years ago that I turned on the classic rock radio station and heard Nirvana on it? Oh, it hurts. It stings. What's your first impression? That's an interesting question. I know the answer. I learned to impersonate my Uncle Floyd. My first impersonation, and I got to tell you, it killed. I was little. And my Uncle Floyd was a super, super outgoing, upbeat, funny, fun 80s guy at the time. And he called everybody baby. It's cool, baby. And so I walked in one day to his house with my mom, and he went, PJ baby. And I said, Floydy baby. And I was like 5. The whole room blew apart, bro. Everybody died laughing. And I repeated that through my life. And when I see my Uncle Floyd to this day, I say, Floydy baby. So definitely my Uncle Floyd. First impression, for sure. Positive enforcement of joke making. Had to feel good. Well, yeah, that was the thing that drew me to storytelling. Was like when I was a kid, one of my favorite things to do was to sit around and listen to adults talk to each other and joke with each other. And I grew up in an environment where there was a bunch of people around all the time, right? Parents were union factory workers, and their house was this big, beautiful place. And they would invite people out to it, and we'd barbecue every weekend with these people, right? And I grew up in this environment of like camaraderie where, I was a little boy, right? And so I listened very intently to a lot of the adult men around me who were very salty in language, very forward, loved to just laugh, just would uproariously laugh, cut jokes at each other. And I wanted to be a part of that so bad as a kid, I remember, because I just thought, wow, how fun that must be. because I was just watching adults chop it up, right? Now, I was a little too young to understand that a lot of why they were so happy was, cocaine, marijuana, and alcohol in that order, right? I didn't know what the 80s were. I was a baby, you know what I mean? So, but that, um, that was a formative thing for me. If I'd been raised in a different environment, a different man would sit here before you, for sure. Crazy how much our environment shapes us. Yeah. Kind of gives you pause when you come to like judging how a person is, right? That did me. When I first learned that nature nurture concept, right? The idea that people are often reflections of their upbringing. And then you just meet a completely hostile, shitty, manipulative, selfish person, right? Gives a different perspective on that when you realize, like, oh shit, here's a person who knows nothing more than conflict and being ignorant and loud and violent. Cool. Would you consider your family more straight laced now? If so, did it feel like a whirlwind in your dynamic? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. Like my mom was kind of like, I'd say 10 years ago, right? The last bastion of that kind of element in my family, right? And she is super Christian now. She's buried in grandbabies. She's super involved at her church, right? Just as that's her thing. And it's still a culture shock for me. I won't lie to you and tell you that I'm used to it even today. I don't think I'll ever be used to it. But I've learned how to like process it, I guess, a little bit. And so, did it feel like a whirlwind in your dynamic with the family? Uh, I mean, yeah. I mean, whirlwind felt like a death, bro. Like a whirlwind is kind of, whoa, exciting. Where could this lead? No, it felt like a death. But that's a lot of that's my perspective on it, right? It's tough. You know, it's just tough. I would never deny anybody the right to change their mind and their attitude and their way of being, right? I would never want anybody to step in front of my ability to do that for myself. But it was rough for me. But I guess it's rough for people when people change. When Coke gets so expensive, you turn to God. Hers was more beer. Mom's vice was always alcohol. Well, her chief vice, anyway, right? And that went hand in hand with a much more salty, um, laugh prone character. it's pretty wild. It's kind of crazy. Like, you wouldn't even recognize that whole fucking setup over there now, Ashley. I shit you not. Shit is a whole different vibe now. And it's like, it's rough for me. Is what it is. Yeah. Been a pretty seismic shift in my whole, like, extended, or I guess immediate family dynamic, right? And I have decided to make my peace with it. And clearly I haven't quite finished doing that yet, because here I am just kind of reliving it. Not reliving it, but like running through the psychology of it again and trying to make sense of it and failing. So clearly it's not something that I'm 100% over, but I'm trying, you know what I mean? And I've made up my mind that that's what I'm going to do, because it's really like, you know what I mean? It is what it is. It's weird mourning a version of someone. Yeah. Yeah. It's something I've done quite a few times in my life, to be honest with you. I feel like that has happened to me quite a few times. If I really think about it, if I really scrutinize it, motherfuckers switch up. You know what I mean? But here's what I promise. I would never switch up. Ever. 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 I don't switch up. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, well, there's no logic to human relationships, friendships, you know, platonic relationships, non-platonic, romantic relationships, whatever it is, right? Familial relationships. There is no logic to it. It is all vibes. It really is. It really is. It's all 100% vibes. That's why there's no like foolproof method to like not fall to pieces when you go through a breakup. Foolproof method to not fall to pieces when somebody you care about dies. It's like, there's no way to prepare yourself for that sort of thing. No matter how many times you go through it, it's still just like fucking murder every time. And eventually you are that for somebody else. You know what I mean? It's fucked up. You know? So. Yeah. Well, you know, shit happens. And it can be tough to just pick up and leave. It really can. You know? It can be a hard thing. It's a different thing knowing that you probably need to leave and actually being willing to do it. So, been on both ends of that little spectrum or whatever. And I will tell you this, it feels fucking awful from both ends. But it feels worse from the receiving end by a lot. By a lot. Yeah. That's the way it works out. I guess it is better to give than to receive. I guess that old thing is true, huh? Yeah. Oops. Oops. I did it again. I played with your heart. Got lost in the games. Ooh, baby. Oops, you think I'm in love. Was sent from above. I'm not that innocent. Did I get Britney Spears? Fuck. Do you think the unwillingness to accept people who are not religious is because they're not willing to accept or look at what they used to be looser with religion? I don't know, man. Maybe. Leave Britney alone. Let's see. That's just a tough concept. I'm a little stoned, I think. That's multi layers. You're asking me to go 3 layers deep on the inception. I think I'm too high for that right now, bro. I've been smoking high. I've been really like top shelf today. Since I started this, it's been real top shelf. It's been a top shelf moment. Okay. And I'm typically like, bottom to middle of the bottom of the shelf. You know what I'm talking about? Upper end of the bottom shelf. And we got top shelf because because I wanted it, so I got it today. Your teardown of that dude earlier was pretty funny. I don't even remember. I'm glad it was funny though. Oops, I tore somebody down. Oops, I did it again. Any special celebration going on, or just wanted a little? No, just wanted a little better than normal. To be honest with you, I probably need to take not a long one, but a good solid tea break. Maybe I'll start that because I'm a pretty heavy smoker. I always have been though. So. And he tore down it. Oh, that dude. Yeah. Hey, Peter. What's up, buddy? Dude. November 1st, Clifton, New Jersey at Dingbats. And we'll let everybody know as soon as the tickets are for sale. But you, my friend, need purchase no ticket. Either you get yourself there. You're in contact with me. You come on in. I am so fucking stoked to get to see you again, Peter. So you just you got my text. You text me, and I will come out and make sure you get a badge and everything. You ain't paying. I haven't smoked in 6 months because it makes stomach aches. Now the replacement isn't the best. Yeah, well, do what you got to do. I'll work on getting out there for the weekend. Yeah. And just stay in touch with me. If you need help with that, let me know. Joycey. What did you do to Tom Gage on Reddit? He hates you, bro. You know what the fucked up thing is? I don't even know who the fuck that is, bro. That's the way it is when you're a content creator. Sometimes you'll have a quick offhanded exchange with somebody. Bro, I didn't even remember that dude that I apparently dressed down earlier or blew up at earlier. I didn't even remember I did that. Because I've done it so many times, it's like farting in the toilet to me. Did I fart in the toilet today? I don't know if I did. You know what I mean? But like for them, it was the sting that produced 1,000 tears. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even know who that fucking dude is. He's vapor in my world. And in his world, I'm like this monster that he wants to beat up. Dude earlier got some shots on you too, though. Like, what? When he called me a fatty? Are you that dude from earlier, friendo? Because you're bringing... This is the second time that you've brought up that dude from earlier. I'm starting to think that you might be that dude from earlier on yet another alt. Am I smelling you right, bud? Nah? Let's take a look. Let me do a little deep dive here real quick. Let's take a look. You ever been here before? Nope. So this is your first time here. Joined 11 hours ago? So you're an 11-hour-old alt. 11-hour-old alt. Hmm. Dude, you're starting to look like Colonel Mustard in the library with the lead pipe, bro. I'll hear you out. This is my main account. My last one got suspended. So, wait a minute. You know all about Destiny drama from 2 years ago, but you just joined 12 hours ago? This is crazy. Tell me how that happened. Because you said you're on your main. You're on main. Man's on the same page as me. You know, so-and-so is pissed off at you. Responded, who? No, it's dead ass the truth, though. I don't know who the fuck that is. I don't know what I said to him that made him so fucking butthurt. I don't even know if I said anything to him or if he's just butthurt about something I said about something else. Like, I'm 100% behind the times on this dude, and I don't know who he is. And he hates my guts, apparently, according to this person, right? It's like, it's wild. It's like, man, why would you give so much of your energy to me? You know what I mean? If you hate me, just turn off the fucking internet, little bro. Change the channel. Watch somebody else. Find another show to watch. Like, I don't get it. Turn off the internet, little bro. You don't have to watch it. He's currently electrical cat number. Oh, over there. Yeah. I've never heard of it, so that's good to know. I'm assuming you're talking about on one of the two, like, little fucking subreddits dedicated to hating me, all right? Do you go to your hate subs anymore? One of the, like, I check them probably like once a week to see if anybody's got a good meme or something. And typically what I end up finding is them accusing, like, the last time I checked, it was hella funny. Over at the, which one is it? The Paul's Ego spam one? The Enough Paul's Ego spam one? They were literally arguing that one of them was me. And there was like a fucking 15 or 20 comment thread calling out somebody that's in there as me. It's like they're eating themselves alive with paranoia. And it's fucking hilarious. So yeah, man, I don't know what's going. There's some real fucking weirdos in that community, though. I'll tell you that goddamn much. There's some real disturbed motherfuckers that have all kind of like got caught in the drain together like a big old hair clog. You know what I mean? And they're just sitting there. Like, and there's some fucked up motherfuckers over there. Some of them are just normal dudes. Like that alchemist soil guy, I just think he's a young guy. You know what I mean? I think if he was old enough to have like a wife and stuff, I think he probably wouldn't have, you know, made that nasty fucking shit about Amelia and stuff. You know, because any dude is going to be hurt by that. And any wife is going to be hurt by reading, you know, nasty fucking untrue shit about her husband. So it's like, I get it, right? But I don't think he's like a sicko or nothing. He doesn't give me that kind of vibes. I don't know, that dude that's on there with him and the couple of videos that I've kind of skimmed through of Alchemist Soil, he's got like a second voice guy that sits in on it. That guy might be a fucking weirdo. I don't know. He kind of gives me vibes. No, I don't think those dudes are actually fucking diddling anybody or like stalking anybody, but I think there's some dudes on there that are just fucking obsessive and not just about me, bro. I think I got a couple of bona fide fucking stalkers. And I think there's a couple people in both communities multiple manning, like starting arguments with themselves and getting the whole place riled up, because that's a super easy way to get fucking you know, feedback on one of those things if you're just looking for, you know, to get people's attention. So it looks like, you know, from the last time I looked over there, that they've got a little bit of that going on. I got somebody like multi-alting. There's definitely like some witch hunting going on over there. They're like, this dude's a Paul alt. There was a post on there the last time I looked. I think it was earlier this week. It was like, Paul has at least 3 alts in this community. And he starts naming off people that are in there that are also haters of mine. It's fucking crazy, bro. So they're like witch hunting each other. It's pretty fun, actually. One of those dudes like to make AI content of you. Yeah. No, I have one alt on Reddit. I'll tell you straight up, and I'll provide proof of it. I'll show you my account. Like, I've got one alt, and I created it because somebody got my main thing suspended over on one of these hater subs, which is when, by the way, I used to go to them and interact on them. It's when I stopped. When I realized that when they couldn't win an argument with me on their own sub, they were gonna mass report me and get my fucking account banned. Yeah, it's called Zegodrome. Yeah. And so I made that sub account so that I could continue moderating my subreddit, the Deep Fat Fried subreddit. And as soon as I got my account back, I stopped using that. And I just kept it if that ever happens again, right? I'll show you my shit. I have one alt, and they're over there like, he's a Paul, he's a Paul, that's a Paul, this is a Paul. It's like, is it just a LARP? Like, am I missing out on it? Is it a big LARP fest? Is it like meant to be like tongue in cheek, and I'm missing it, or are they really like retards? Is what I'm asking. Are they pretending to be retards, or are they really retarded? So that's why you don't go to those stubs. Yeah, yeah. And it 100% happened. You can check the history of it. You can look at my post history. Significant others always get targeted too. Oh yeah, big time. But yeah, no, you can look at my post history on Reddit. You can see when it happened and when I fucking called them out for it and shit. So I was over on the what you call it, one of them. I can't even remember which one. I think the OK Buddy one, OK Buddy Deep Fat Fried. So I was over there, which should be called OK Buddy Paul's Ego, because that's all they ever discuss over there. But anyway, I was over there, and dude, the place was on fire because I was over there like actually answering these people. And one of them got butthurt by something I said and mass reported me with a bunch of his alts or whatever the fuck. And I ended up getting my account locked for a month. And I was like, okay, well, fuck it. You get, like, if it's going to be pussy, because I never mass report anybody. I don't do that shit. I think that's pussy shit. Why not go to the hate subs? Because I don't want to get that banned. Like, I don't like if all they were gonna do is sit and kick the football back and forth with me, I probably would pop in every once in a while. But like, the fact that they're willing to like target my fucking account, it's just a fucking pain in the ass that I don't want to have to go through. They ain't worth that. You know what I mean? So yeah, as soon as they showed me that, if they were losing an argument with me, they were gonna mass report me and get my shit banned, I was like, well, fuck that. And so now I just go browse it, maybe, like I said, once a week. Make sure no laws are being broken at either one of them. And go about my merry way. And they're both just like nigh on zero engagement sewers. Like, they both just down to a trickle of really obsessed weirdos. Tiny Dick Dude is over there. No laws being broken. No. Yeah. Yeah. I'll make sure nobody's making any like criminal threats against me, right? Like, they can hate me as much as they want, but I don't know how sick these motherfuckers are in the head. So yeah, if I get the opportunity and I see some criminal threats being made, you better believe I'll get a fucking... Dude, this is the era of suing your haters. Ethan Klein's leading the way. You sue your haters, bro. No, I'm not looking to sue anybody, but I'm also not looking to let criminal threats against my person or my family exist. Nah, Reddit is a cesspit. It's a shithole. It's better avoided. You think those freaks are that dangerous? No. No, not really. I don't think that there's a seriously dangerous person among them, but I think that letting free-floating violent threats against a person for no good reason, like float out in the ether unapologetically and constantly, like, if that starts happening, I'll shut it down. They start crossing the line and deep diving some member of my family that's never been a part of this, that, or the other thing, I'm going to shut it down. Yeah, the dude from Apple Nasty, that's me. Hey, it's that crazy guy from Apple Nasty. I get that all the time. And Joseph Martelli guy still stalk you? No, not to my knowledge. That's the great thing about a stalker is you never know when they're stalking, right? I don't know. Yeah, he might be. Legend has it he's still running down that street in Ohio with his pants falling around his ankles to this day. You can still catch him down there screaming, "Save me from Tommy the Bronx. Save me from Pimp Monk." How fat do you think your haters are? I don't think they're fat at all. I don't think maybe there's one or two fat ones, but I think most of them are skinny little bitches. They talk shit like skinny little bitches. Skinny little, like, fraction men tend to get, like, mouthy on the internet. They like being super boisterous. So if I was a betting man, I'd say maybe there's one or two fatties and a couple of 98, like just like a whole gang of 98-pound weaklings, bro. Just little pale ass fucking nerds, bro. And then there's one. You know what? There is one. That crazy fucking Zionist guy is ripped. So there is one dude that's like, so they got one muscle man confirmed. And then a bunch of wisps. They would have none of that energy IRL. Maybe they would. I don't know. I've always invited people too, right? And unlike a lot of these content creators, I do public meetups and get-togethers and shit. You got every opportunity, you know what I mean? You really hate me that bad? Buy a ticket, bro. I'll be out amongst you, and you can come bring that energy into my face and see how it works. He also hates you pretty hard. Do you know why? You're talking about buff Zionist guy. Do you know why he hates me super hard? Because I'll tell you. There's lore behind that. You want to know the lore? Because there's 100% lore. That is one dude that I do know the lore behind why he hates me. Oh, I fucked him up real bad. He was on my Discord back in the day and on Salt Rackus 1. And he was coked out every fucking day. And I got sick of listening because, I don't know, dude. If you guys have been around cokeheads, the way they run their motor mouth just gets tiresome. And he was in every chat every day on a coke binge. And so one night, I just said, "Hey, Bradley, you're a fucking cokehead. And I don't like your cokehead behavior. This is not your cokehead steamroll, fucking talk over everybody, feel like you're $1,000, cokehead dream machine. I don't do it. I'm not cokehead, bro." Yes, you are. Don't fucking lie to my face and tell me you're not a fucking cokehead. And listen to me, bro. You have two choices. Sit there quietly and participate like you're not a cokehead, or get banned. And that's the way it was. He says you lie about him. What the fuck lie? Where's the lie? What lie did I tell? That is 100% what happened. 100%. He was running his motor cokehead mouth for so long in the chat over so many days, and I got so sick of it that I finally confronted him and smacked him down. And you know how he responded to me? "Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir." Not even kidding. You consider that a steamrolling? Yeah, I do consider that a steamrolling. When you're running your motor coke mouth forever, and then somebody finally calls you out on it and tells you to shut the fuck up or else, yeah, I consider that being well and properly steamrolled. It's pretty weak. That's why the motherfucker hates me. So he hates me for that weak shit. Because he was my bro. He was in my Discord chilling with me, fawning over me up until that point. Fawning. Fanboying. But when I shut him down for being a motor mouth coke whore and a liar on top of that, all of a sudden he hates me. Isn't that weird? Dude, the last thing a cokehead likes to be told is you are insufferable on coke and you need to chill out, because they don't want to ever stop doing coke. They think they're their best person. No, he was a fan of mine. He was a fan of mine until the day I got sick of listening to his motor mouth. Him doing big fucking bumps of dirty ass fucking 35, 45, 55% baby laxative, bad cut 3 times blow. And just I couldn't listen to it no more, bro. And so I shut his coke motor mouth down, and now he hates me with a passion. Started a fucking subreddit about me, and he was never my fan. And that's the truth. If I'm lying, I'm dying. Put me on the cans, baby. If I'm lying, I'm dying. I've talked to him. He didn't come across that way. Well, maybe he got off the blow. Maybe I ended up helping him out, but the sting was too hard. He doesn't want to give me credit for him not being a coke whore. That's fine. But I gotta be honest with you, bro. That's just experience. Like, maybe he thought it was rude because he's a younger guy. And maybe he hasn't been around coke motor mouths for as long as I have. What do some fans act like spurned lovers? It's called parasocial connection. They have an unhealthy parasocial connection with me. And when I tell them that an idea is stupid that they've had, or I have an idea that they think they're stupid, they can't process not agreeing with Paul, but still liking Paul. And I think there's a lot of, I'll be honest with you, I think there's a lot of autism involved in it. I think people, they see very kind of like monochromatically a lot of times. This dude would talk crazy shit in there. He'd be like, I fucked 5 bitches last night at a party. I was at a party last night and I was fucking 5 bitches, and it was like fucking 5 bitches. And it's like, whatever, dude. I just fucking did a big rail of coke off some bitch, and like, I was fucking, dude, I don't even care, dude. You have no idea how many bitches I fucking, it was just that, like, I'm a fucking golden god coke whore bullshit. And I got my fill of it one day, and I told him off, and now he hates my guts to the point where he founded a subreddit about me. I don't know who owns the other one. But that one, he started that subreddit. Dear Paul, I've been posting, but you haven't been responding. You must be scared of me, huh? Anyway, that shit you were talking about Ukraine, that shit was whack, yo. You better change the way you think before I really don't become a fan. I've been thinking about canceling. I've been thinking about going to the Patreon. I've been thinking about taking my 5 to another man. But instead,
I stick with you, Paul. I hate you, Paul, because I love you, Paul. I'll never be through with you, Paul. Tears don't come, I'm wondering why. Got out of bed at all. Morning rain streams down my window. I got out of bed for Paul. And even if he hates me, I'll still keep posting. 'Cause I can't think about nothing other than Paul's ego. Ego. Oh my God. Did you hear what Paul's ego was saying? He was saying that we should pull out all our support for Ukraine. He was saying that we should pull out all our support for Israel. I mean, can you believe this guy? Is he for real? I mean, can he really get away with saying that shit? I mean, is he ever gonna get clocked and hit? I mean, is this guy gonna just continue to talk shit and flagrantly act like he's not doing it? I mean, it drives me crazy how he doesn't read my subreddit. It drives me crazy how he doesn't ever fucking get it. It drives me crazy how he's got a wife and loves her. It drives me crazy how he's got a car that's nice. It drives me crazy that Paul's ego's doing all right. It drives me crazy. It keeps me up at night. And so I post and I post and I post because one day that'll turn into a win, right? Tears don't fall, I'm wondering why. Got out of bed at all. Morning rain grinds up my window. And all I can see is Paul. And even if I hate him, he will still keep talking. But the pictures on my wall, they remind me of Paul's ego, of Paul's ego.
Someone posted a rap hating on you. Oh, well, there you go. That's my clap back. I'm not really all that good at freestyle. I'm good at improv, but that was a pretty whack freestyle. But it was fun. It was dude, a subreddit diss track, bro. Do you have any other interactions with old Sweet Pea? I swear to God, no. No. Nothing memorable. He might have like kicked it in the other. I literally don't remember him until he showed up and started coking out. And that was it. That's literally my. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if it was just one time. Like I said, I eventually got sick of hearing it and I confronted him about it. So it was probably multiple times over the course of a week. He was probably on a big ass bender. He probably bought himself a fucking, a big fat sack of 4 times cut baby laxative with a little cocaine in it. And he was railing it hard up his fucking snout and running his motor mouth on my Discord. And I got sick of hearing it. So yeah, it was probably a few days worth of that. And I booted him. A lot of braggadocio bullshit. A lot of, oh, fuck this, man. I'm fucking gonna do this, man. I got so much money. I got so many bitches. You ever been around a cokehead, you know exactly what it was. Right? And it was just sucking the energy out of the fucking room and sucking my energy out of me. And I just didn't put up. I put up with it for, I don't know, remember how many days. 3-4 days worth of that. Him popping in every goddamn night. Yeah, that's the sad thing. The most notable thing about Sweet Pea, like, he would probably, that motherfucker, if you let him, if you gave him the venue, that motherfucker would probably talk about me
for straight fucking 17 hours and still have shit to say. Here's what I have to say about him. He's a ripped out, roided out cokehead that got banned out of my community for being a cokehead and not being able to keep his cokehead shit under control. That's it. I don't see how that is a massive steamrolling. Okay. That's fine. Okay, maybe it wasn't a massive steamrolling. It was an incidental steamrolling. There you go. I got sick of him motoring his mouth. I asked him to stop. He didn't. I kicked him the fuck out. And that was that. Dude, Wendell Wynn, are you just going to admit you're the other dude that started the thing? Because you've been quizzing me about the subreddit. So who are you over at the subreddit, Wendell Wynn? Are you his little gym girlfriend or whatever? Do you hate roided guys? I don't hate dudes that do roids. I hate dudes that do roids and rage out on people and make other people absorb their workout choice. You think it's him? You think this might be the actual roid bro? Dude, because yeah, if you go back and look at this, what this dude's saying, because you can do that, Ashley. He has been nothing but subreddit. So who are you on the subreddit, bro? Why don't you just come out and quit being behind an alt or whatever? Just say who you are. Like, are you insecure about the steamrolling? Do you want to talk to me like a real fucking man? Because I've got another phone that I can go grab. I can pop onto Discord and you can put up or shut up. But, like, why are you sock puppeting, bro? I'm not going to ban you if you tell me who you are. As much as you guys like to pretend it. Like, I prefer to be anonymous. Well, I prefer you're not. Because I'm not anonymous. So I'm going to say that if we're going to continue having conversations here, I'd prefer you don't be. Because, you know, honestly, it's tiresome. The alt shit. Why can't you be anonymous? Because it's one-way anonymity that doesn't serve any benefit to me. Why would I allow... Okay, let me ask you this question. Why would I allow you to remain anonymous now that I know that you are somebody that's affiliated with subreddits that exist just to post hateful fucking nonsense about me? Why would I allow you to be anonymous? I throw the question back to you. Why can you type so fast and then it takes so slow? I don't participate in those slubs. I just looked at them. Bro, you don't just browse them casually and come in here and quiz a dude for over an hour about it. Well, he was doing a poor job at being coy from the start. But I'm just tired of the game now. Like, I just want to know, like, who are you? Who are you to this? Who are, like, because you're clearly related to this. Nobody wants to talk about old Sweet Pea except old Sweet Pea and his gym girlfriend that run one of the hate subs. So which one are you? You're not quizzing me, you're just talking to me. No, you're asking me a bunch, like, look, dude, do you want me to go, I can click on you and see everything you've typed. Do you want me to see all the questions you've asked? What do you think about those guys? What do you think about old Sweet Pea? Have any interactions with old Sweet Pea? It goes on and on. So yeah, you are quizzing me. I'm not quizzing you, right? I'm not asking you any personal questions because you have me at a disadvantage. I know you're
somebody that goes to those, and most likely, I think you're the guy that owns the Okay Buddy one, along with Sweet Pea. Will you confirm or deny that? Will you confirm or deny that if I allow you to maintain your anonymity and continue quizzing me about subreddit drama? And don't lie. You will deny. Then I think you're lying, but okay, fair enough. You're not him. I won't treat you like you're him if you deny being him. I think you're lying, but okay, I gave you the option to lie. So go ahead. What's your next question about subreddit drama? Earlier today, by the way, I might let you know, there was a whole subreddit drama segment again, right? Where somebody tried to confront me about why am I dodging alchemist soil, and I said, I'm not. I've always been open to talking to the dude. I'd be fine streaming with him or whatever he wants to do, right? I've just never been approached. He's never asked me, right? So there's some more scuttlebutt from the subreddit, okay? Anything else? And you were just super hot to trot to talk about subreddit drama, and now you don't have any more? That's all you have? Was old Sweet Pea. You wanted to talk to me about old Sweet Pea for like 10 comments worth of old Sweet Pea shit. And that's it? No, I'm just wondering, like, if you're not one of those two guys I mentioned, why the fuck would you want to talk about old Sweet Pea for that long? You know what I'm saying? It's starting to get kind of suspect. But anyway, it just went that way. Okay. Anyway, what else about the subreddit would you like to talk about? I don't want to talk about anything to you, like with you, other than subreddit shit, because that's what you've talked about since you've been here, 100% of it. So you don't get any other topical freedom in here unless you tell me who you are. You want topical freedom in here? You got to put a pinky toe in the real world. But you are only allowed to ask questions about subreddit drama, because that's all you are here. Yeah. You want topical freedom in my backyard, you can introduce yourself. It's a niche hobby for some people, and they want to change his personality or belief. Yeah. Or they want to see me fail. They're like doomsday cultists, right? Like this kind of movement of people started back when TJ, Scotty, and I left Drunken Peasants. As soon as we launched, in fact, you can go watch it. Go to the Deep Fat Fried channel. Go to the first video, the first big, long, first episode of our podcast. Go to that and look at the comments on that. Dude, talk about aging like milk, bro. 10 years on. We're coming up on 10 years, which blows my fucking mind, by the way. It will be 10 years of me doing podcasting. And here I am. I still make all my money doing it. I don't have a side hustle. I don't have a side gig. 100% of my job is podcasting. I live in a nice house. I drive a nice car. I'm not rich, but I'm doing great. And those doomsday prophets are still like, dude, the show is days from failing. They can't keep going at this rate. Like, it's the same type of shit, right? And that's what they get off on. They want me to fail. They want to see me working at a Wendy's somewhere. And maybe they'll get it. Like, I'm not above that. There's nothing wrong with, going out getting a job or whatever. But like, until I have to do that, I think I'm going to keep podcasting, friend. You talk about that period you posted on the hate sub. You mean like 10 posts a week, commented a whole lot of with the users. Yeah.
It was fun. I was having fun doing a back and forth thing because I think, like, at a certain point, it would reveal the hypocrisy of the person who created it if he were to ban me for being salty back and forth with the people who were constantly making shitty posts and salty posts about me. And so I kind of had him over a barrel a little bit because if he bans me, he kind of looks like a bitch doing it. But if he doesn't ban me, I kind of keep pointing out how absurd the idea of his subreddit was. So yeah, it was kind of fun because there's a lot of dum-dums over there. Yeah, there's a lot of dum-dums over there on that subreddit, real dum-dums. And so, it was fun for a while, but as soon as one or a bunch of them, I don't know how they worked it out, reported some post I made over there a bunch of time, enough to get my account locked for a few weeks or whatever it was, I was like, well, that's it. It was fun while it lasted, but that's just pussy behavior. I don't go around mass reporting people. That's just bitch-made behavior. And if they're going to be a bunch of bitch-made little faggots, let them do it on their own, in their own little sequestered little fucking environment. Let them be like 5 people deep, whining about everything I say. So you did all of that to troll the sub owner? Absolutely, yeah. Yeah, no, that dude, because you know what, that dude, and I know you are that dude, by the way, but I'll just keep calling him that dude, wink, wink. That dude, I think he's a pretty reasonable guy, honestly. Like, he didn't seem like a total fucking retard to me, but I told him, in no uncertain terms, I was like, dude, our ban policy is actually pretty fucking necessary on the deep fat fried sub, and you're about to find out why. We flush the toilet, you suck the turds. Get ready. And like that dude, wink, wink, that guy, if he were here, wink, wink, nudge, nudge, would probably have to be honest and say that that was absolutely true. The average IQ on that sub is probably somewhere in the fucking mid-70s, bro. It's real low end of the spectrum. You know what I mean? And I told him that. I was like, why would you do this? Because his whole thing was like, well, I want to make a thing for people who got banned. And it's like, dude, it's not like we're banning fucking Rhodes Scholars. You don't want some of these people. They say creepy shit. They're creeps. And he's found out that that's true. I was like, we flush the toilet. You eat the turds. Why do you think I'm that guy? Because I can't imagine a single person on the planet that cares enough about old Sweet Pea to ask 9 questions about him other than you. Talking about no, they're not bullshit. They've got a right to start whatever subreddit they want. I don't report their subreddit for this, that, or the other thing. They're not, like, look, to their credit, as far as I'm aware, they don't let people post, links to this, links to that. That's all I care about. If they're chill with that, they can say whatever they want about me over there. You know what I mean? I don't got any desire for them to stop doing it. I think it's weird. You know what I mean? I think there's a lot of weirdos over there. I think it's weird that I would have a subreddit dedicated to just, like, pooping on me. But I don't think they shouldn't have the right to have it or whatever. Yeah, I mean, yeah, but muckraking is a long standing thing. And, like, people that are in the public eye, even minorly, like myself, have long been, like, shaking their fist at muckraking. And the Streisand effect remains in effect, right? It's like, if I were to, like, mass report one of these hate subs, then there's a good chance that the people would redouble their efforts and make another one and another one and another one and another one, and then more people would know about it, and it would go, it's just better to let it fester. Every once in a while, I, like, put on my full body hazmat suit and I go
and then I just leave, right? That's what they're for, you know what I mean? Like, I swear to God, last time I looked, they were arguing about a bunch of the people that post there were my alt. And I was like, what? It's like the Lord of the Flies over there, bro. They're eating their own. Paul used to come into the Discord and like lecture people. It was awesome. Yeah, it's true. It's true, dude. A sub owner told me he doesn't moderate that sub anymore. Oh, so it's a straight sweet pea affair, huh? So it's a sweet pea joint over there, huh? No wonder the posts have nigh on dried up. If Sweet Pea's in charge, it can do nothing but fail. Who even is the sub owner? Oh, he's in here. I'm sorry, he's not in here. I'll tell you who he isn't. Okay, he isn't Wendell Wynn. I'll tell you that, Sam Ham. He isn't Wendell Wynn in the chat. We know that for certain, that he is 100% not Wendell Wynn in the chat. But that guy told him that he doesn't, that the guy that I'm talking about doesn't mod the sub anymore. He heard it from a friend of a friend. Bro, I'm not that guy. Yeah. Big Gabe nailed it, bro. Big Gabe nailed it, bro. Well, you were perched, weren't you, Big Gabe? You sick freak, dude. He had it ready. Big Gabe fucking loaded that chamber and he was waiting for Wendell. Oh, shit. He comes in your Discord sometimes. You come in my Discord? Cool. Why don't you tell me who you are? Why are you afraid of telling me who you are? Quit Discord years ago. Dude, Sam, I have a Discord and there's no bullshit allowed in it, and it's chill like it used to be, Sam. It's chill like it used to be. I don't allow no monkey business. It's 18 plus. It's hard 18 plus. We don't put up with no monkey business. There ain't no I'll tell you this. There ain't no text chat at all. Yeah, you can come by if you want. It's Salt Rackus. There's a link to it down there, I think. And if there isn't, I'll have to fix that. I'll have to figure it out. It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't no Redditor mod. No. It ain't me. It ain't me. I ain't old Sweet Pea's friend. Mm-hmm. I believe you, bro. I believe you. Spino might drop by sometime. Hey, Spino's always welcome over here as long as Spino isn't retarded over here. Spino gets banned when Spino is retarded. Why can't I be TJ? Because you're not intelligent enough to be TJ. I don't mean that in a mean way, but I have spent years and years communicating with TJ via text, and you don't sound anything like TJ. You sound like a dumbass. So I know for 100% fact you're not TJ. That I know. Right? Yeah. Being that it's still light where you're at, certainly you're still on the West Coast. Deduct how you will, friend. Come find my flag and tear it down. TJ's an incredibly intelligent man. Oh, yeah. Too smart. Too smart for his own good sometimes, I think. But scary smart. Scary, intuitive smart in ways that you wouldn't think. That's TJ. That's TJ in a nutshell right there. You know, because TJ likes to come off
kind of oafish. My mama calls it country dumb. TJ, well, growing up down south, he learned a good heaping spoonful of country dumb, but that dude is whip smart, bro. He's whip smart. I signed up to be a Patreon again. Cool. Welcome back, Sam. Dude, there's so much on there, Sam. So much. If you're ever just bored and like traveling and you want to throw on a podcast or whatever, we have got hours and hours of our kind of humor stuff. It's up there. What joint is that? It's a joint. It's just and joint. Sam gets away with murder. Sam is the personification to me of the chat, and she always has been. I always liked Sam back in the Discord days because Sam is a pure being. Sam is always Sam. You know what I mean? Everything in the world changes except Sam. Sam is always Sam, and you gotta love Sam for that. You really think MAGA can be reached? Some of them, probably, quite a few of them, yeah. I know. I'm not saying you never change. I'm saying you're always Sam, no matter what happens in your life. Yeah, you're grown. Yeah, you're adulting Sam now, but from the interactions we've had since you started fucking coming around once in a while, you're still Sam. 110% still Sam. You still Sam. You named it Ham's Revenge. Oh, Ham's Revenge. I like it. Daryl Davis changed minds. Yeah. A lot of people change minds. So this idea that MAGA is a monolith and that nobody's reachable in MAGA and that you should be like, MAGA is fascist. If you voted for Donald Trump, you're a fascist. If you're trying to like win over people that are in the middle that just couldn't stomach voting for fucking Kamala Harris, you're failing right there if you're calling those people fascists, right? And so there's people all over the spectrum that vote both ways. There's probably people that voted Democrat their whole lives that voted for Donald Trump this time. It probably happened, right? Like, and you don't want to push those people away. You want to get them back if you're trying to get people to vote for Democrats. That's the flaw in their plan. I think that Cenk and Kyle and Crystal need to get together and found a third party. And I think they need to do it now. And I think they need to start finding progressive politicians that are willing to sign on to their new party. And I think they need to start running local stuff in big areas and then move on to state senate. And I think they need to build a third party movement, because then they wouldn't be at each other's throats publicly. They would be glad handing one another publicly, and they would be happy if a MAGA guy walked in and threw his MAGA hat in the garbage. I would love to see Cenk Uygur and Kyle Kalinske start a movement and then start a thing where there's a barrel right out in front of every event when they come out and they do their big political event, and they invite people to come throw their fucking MAGA hats in the barrel and burn that shit right there on fucking stage. That would be so fucking gangster. But they're gonna sit there, strangle each other to death on live stream and call it a win. Both of them think they won that. Neither one of them won that. It's just screeching, yelling, mad fit, like it always is. And that's that. These guys are uniquely positioned to do that. Kyle and Cenk both have actual political experience that would be invaluable in founding a brand spanking new party. All they have to do is agree on ejecting out of the fucking Democratic Party completely. To tell people, look, if you feel like you got to vote for the Democratic Party, do it. But if we're on the ticket, vote for us. And that's that. These dudes are just... Kyle even admitted it during that argument with Cenk. He was like, I'm just shit posting, bro. We're gonna shit post our way to greatness. It's like nobody shit posted their way to greatness, bro. That ain't the way to do it. If he got serious, used his political contacts to found a third party, something like the American Workers' Party or some shit, boom, he'd be politically effective. If you think screeching like an ape at Cenk Uygur and him snorting like a buffalo back at you is like winning over voters or whatever, I hate to tell you, it ain't. It's good entertainment. Just like they want to be unsufferable and fucking gross, I'm going to do it too. They want to be MAGA, I'm going to be MAGA. It's like, okay, bro. Whatever, bro. It's like you can't tell somebody they're wrong, and but that's my way of doing it. You know what I would be excited about if I heard that Cenk Uygur and Kyle Kalinske and a group of progressives had decided to sever from the fucking Democratic Party and found a third party and start fucking running grassroots candidates and start doing a third party push and sever themselves entirely from the Democratic Party as controlled opposition, as useful idiots, as placeholders for the Republican regime, completely and utterly sever their ties, sever their fundraising ties, start primarying the fucking sitting Democrats, treat them like the enemy that they are, found a third party, give people a third way, and start making an impassioned plea, I'd be there with them. Third parties are only fantasy because a bunch of American voters have decided it so. No, it's not even the American voters have decided it so. Where do you think that sentiment comes from? Who do you think first spread the meme of third parties are just inviolable, man? They just don't get enough votes. Who do you think that came? Do you think that came from the electorate? You would start criticizing them endlessly within a week. This is the difference between me and you, dude, that owns that subreddit that no longer mods it. Yes, that's my job as an American citizen, to criticize politicians, to let them know what I think about their policies. It is not my job as an American citizen to lick the boots of politicians. It's my job as an American citizen to offer critique, to push them harder and farther constantly, to make their lives a living hell, and to make the ones that can't hack it want to get the fuck out of office and make room for somebody who can. Thank you very much. Difference between me and you. I don't pull punches. If you act like a shit, I call you on it. And thank goodness I do. Thank goodness there are people like me that hold politicians accountable. Because if everybody was a bobblehead drone lining up to check the D and check the R, there'd be no dissent in this country. And we'd be lost to the uniparty. So you better be happy and thankful people like me come early to the party and let you know what's going on, as much as you might hate hearing it. I mean, if this new third party had people like you, it would collapse in a month due to all the infighting. I would never run for an office, bro. Don't put that on me. Don't put the idea of a third party on me. I'm not trying to run for office. I would never even consider it. I don't want it. I don't need it. I don't desire it. But you better believe that I wouldn't be like, Jawohl. Oh, it's a good thing that we're bombing Palestine, actually. Let me tell you a little something about that guy. That guy was on my subreddit recently.
The guy that you aren't, Wendell, you know, that dude that you aren't totally, was on my subreddit recently talking about how, like, yeah, I had a Zionist phase, but I'm over that now. That was kind of wrong of me. Dude, do you know how much shit posting this dude did about Israel while they were bombing the fuck out of Palestine? But now that it's gotten too horrific and gone on too long, yeah, I had a Zionist phase. Typical lib shit. Typical liberal. Typical lib. Oh, he is 100% one of the weirdos who stalks me and is on an alt. I know. I just think he is one of the top weirdos. I think he's one of the founders. And I don't know why he's being coy about who he is. Hey, Phoebe, would you, because I know that you've been on his thing. Because earlier today, you remember I don't know if you were here earlier today. You might have been at work or some shit, but you remember if you go look at the earlier one, some dude was like, why are you dodging Alchemist Soil? And I was like, bro, I've never dodged him. So, dude, would you be willing to facilitate on your channel a talk with Alchemist Soil where you moderate? Since you've talked to dude. I don't know how to reach out to Guy. And Guy has every opportunity to reach out to me and hasn't. So yeah, reach out to him then. You can point him to this video, give him a timestamp or whatever, and be like, hey, like if bro wants to talk, let's talk. I'll go on his little show and he can rake me over the coals. Whatever it is. You know what I mean? Because yeah, some dude was in here today. You know, another one of these subreddit alts, another Wendell Wynn was in here going like, bro, when are you gonna fucking do? When are you gonna talk Alchemist Soil? When are you gonna talk Alchemist Soil? When are you gonna talk Alchemist Soil? It's like, whenever that dude gets a nut in his sack and fucking reaches out to me, he seems content making videos that 300 people watch about me on his little fucking channel. If that's what he wants to do, more power to him. But you can't say I'm dodging, dude. Has he ever let me know he wants to debate me or talk to me or anything? I'm always willing to engage with people who don't agree with me. You know what I mean? He might not like the way I come at him or whatever. I've already admitted that I'm affiliated with those subs, right? And you post on them, right? That's the point, right? You're affiliated. You're not just a browser like I am, right? Because at this point, I don't think you could argue that I'm anything but a browser of those places, an occasional browser. All right, so that's all I'm asking is like, I'm not even asking you to put your real name out there. I'm asking you to put one pinky toe in reality and tell me which one of those people you are. And then I can go get my other phone and I can see what kind of shit you talk. That's all I want is for you to stand on the business that you talk on that sub. That's it. You don't have your real name out there on that sub. That's all I want is your Reddit account. Who are you on that sub? And as soon as you tell me, I'm going to go pick up my phone and I'm going to see if you want to account for some of the shit you say. That's it. And if you're afraid of that, I know you'll debate me, Sam. I don't think I can handle that smoke, okay? I don't think I can handle a Sam debate, okay? That's some different ass shit. That's all, bro. It's a bring the same energy moment, because when you say like, yeah, I'm one of the subreddit people, you know the type of shit they say about me over there? Like, you've read the type of shit they say about me over there, right? They said that I creep on fans. Did you hear that one? Was that you that posted that? Did you float that little muckrake? That's one of it. That's one of the things that they say over there that I don't laugh off. I take offense to that. because I've never been anything but appropriate with my fans, ever. I don't diddle my fans. I'm not in people's DMs. You're not going to have a sex scandal blow up about me where there's a bunch of DMs and shit. It just, I'm not that guy, right? And I resent people talking about it like it's just like, oh yeah, it's a kind of open secret that he's a creeper on Discord. And I'm like, dude, it's fucking wild. Paul versus a subreddit. Well, that's the thing, is like, there's a lot of brawlic energy over there, and I'm wondering why people don't keep that energy. That's all. Where can I find a Discord link? Should be discord.gg/Paul's ego. But if it isn't, I don't know, Sam. You'll have to DM me on Discord, and I'll get you an invite. So I think we might have lost level 3 boosted status, which means we lose our custom link. So, but yeah, we'll get one back eventually. But in the meantime, I think that is what happened. And so if discord.gg/Paul's ego doesn't work, oh, thank you, Phoebes. Phoebes just, that's kind of you. There you go, Sam. Phoebes just gave you a link. And that's for everybody, by the way. Anybody who wants to join the Discord, the same rules apply as in here. Just respect the vibe. Don't be a spurg, and you can hang out, right? And don't be a creeper. Paul, honestly, you get creeped on by fans. People want to diddle you. I know. I know. I know. And I say no. They're very public about it, too. They say it openly in the chat on our shows. And I'm like, no, you can't put your finger in my butt. No. I got load bearded once. I know. Dude rubs synthetic cum in my beard at a meetup. Manny load beard. Yeah, people say diddle Paul all the time. Fondle Paul. All kinds. Tempting to join, but I think it's best I stay away, probably, yeah. I'm, it's one of those things, like, boundaries are a super important thing, and it just has to be that way. And I'm glad that you, like, respect those boundaries. It's helpful to me. It was helpful to me in moving on, right? After we broke up and stuff. And so I've always been really thankful to you for being respectful of those boundaries and stuff, and for not pushing that envelope at times when you really probably could have. You were always very respectful when we talked about things, and I think that's cool. Because there's different ways that you could be, you know what I mean? Like, people break up sometimes, and it's just awful ass, and they hate each other, and they drag each other through the mud and in public and blah, blah, blah. And you know what I mean? To our credit, we weren't that way. Well, that and some of your fans hate me. Well, some people hate me for how they perceive I treated you, right? Us breaking up was like a big thing. It caused people, but none of that fucking hatred ever fucking came from me, ever. You know what I mean? I was very specific to not, like, in fact, if you go back, I don't know if you ever saw it, Ashley, but I did a whole stream when I got comfortable, like, once I'd chilled out and shit, I did a whole stream where I was like, look, I wanted to tell you guys, because she was a big part of doing these streams and stuff, and just broader in the context of the community, just so it's out there. Ashley and I broke up. Please, guys, don't be mean to Ashley. We're still friends. I still care about her very much, blah, blah, blah. I was very, like, specific that I didn't want, but yeah, I mean, of course, some of the fans are going to end up hating you anyway, right? I was like, no drama, there's no hard feelings between me and her. It is what it is, right? And that is how I can have, always conducted myself with you, and you were always the same with me. And I always appreciated that, you know what I mean? Because it is one of those things. it's a shitty thing, right? Because I think that you and I could probably be really good friends, but I also think that, it's just an inadvisable thing. It's too complicated, right? And I think that there need to be pretty clear boundaries. Like I said, I don't mind you chilling in the streams and stuff, talking whenever you want and stuff, but I just don't think we can be hitting each other up all the time and shit. And that's all it is. You and I getting along on that interpersonal level was never the problem. Like we always worked well like that. And I think under different circumstances, like maybe we just maybe shouldn't have got together. I don't know. I hate to say that because when we were together, there were times that were really nice. And so I have a very Taoist view on it. It happened because it happened. And we got the memories, all that stuff, good, bad, and otherwise. And it just means that it's too complicated for us to be all up in things. Yeah, you know what I mean? There's a part of me that like that too. But there's also a part of me that realizes that that's just, things don't work that way, unfortunately. You know what I mean? Not when the heart has been involved. It just can't be. It's not a healthy thing. And, whatever. I just appreciate the healthy, respectful boundaries and the way we didn't tear each other down and stuff after we broke up and all of that, because it was nice to not have that in a world where that's pretty rare, Well, I mean, I think it was supposed to happen. What was supposed to happen? Well, hold on. Give me a sec. What? I'm gonna have to have another joint for to have this conversation. Go out there. I gotta go potty. Go potty. I got your back. It ain't that dark out here yet, bud. Anyway, you were saying what? Another joint? I could handle being friends with you. Never seem to want that with exes. And I mean, it's been... Well, I think people are different, right? I think I have a lot of, maybe not more. I'm not saying more in numbers experience in terms of being in long-term relationships, but I probably do have more experience than you in that, right? When you're talking about long-term relationships, I've been through it a few times. And I've tried the friendship thing a bunch of times. And here's what ends up happening. If there were feelings involved, then feelings stay involved, right? That's my thinking. They never fully die. Now, maybe that's true for other people. Maybe you are the type of person that is capable of putting those type of things aside. Maybe I'm not, right? I've put those types of feelings aside now. But if you and I were just all up in each other's business and shit all the time, I don't know that would be the case, right? Down the road. And I don't know that it would be the case for you down the road as much as you think it might, right? And I don't want that for either of us because we both got other things going on and it's just too much. There's too much there, right? It was, and that's the hard part about it sometimes, but it's the mature part too. Do you think it works because it's occasionally over the internet? Oh yeah, well, I mean, we couldn't really meet all that often in person anyway. We're half the country away, as far as I know. But yeah, no, I mean, I've never had a problem. Like, I told Ashley when she left that, you know, she could always come see Dinor if she wanted. Would never deny her that. I would send her pictures, and so that's really like how Ashley will reach out to me, if ever. Right? Is typically like, hey, can I have a picture of Dinor or whatever, and I send that. Yeah, no, and it's not there, you know, obviously. Romance not there, but that's not what I'm saying. Like, it's hard to explain, but it's just something that I guess maybe I'm just not. Maybe I never will be. But there's a part of me, right? And this is true of everybody I've ever been with, right? Because I've never dated. I've never had like a casual like fling whatever thing with anybody ever. I have been in a sequence of long committed relationships since I was like 16. And I don't know how to do anything else. And so here it is with me. Everybody that I've ever been with, there is something in me that's still, it's not romance. It's not even a desire for that. I still love them in a way that is not friendly. And that's just the truth. It's more than friendly. And it ends up becoming a thing. And in my past, when I've tried to do that, it either manifests as a thing coming from the other person or coming from me. And it would suck to have a friendship that just goes, and I'll be honest with you too. It would kind of suck for me if Amelia was like super best friends with her ex. That would kind of suck. So that's another factor that has to be considered. You know what I mean? Amelia would never like tell me like, hey, you can't. But I don't think it's all that respectful. So there's that too. But that's the way it is with me. And that's like I said, there's something about that because, you know, for better or for worse, I go into a relationship with the intent to stay in a relationship. Like, I'm not looking for I wouldn't even know how to broker that in the world, to be honest with you. Have you ever put Christ in the middle of your relationships? Dude, kinky. Yeah, no. No, I know that. And I never told you couldn't be. I guess maybe we might have fought about it a couple of fucking times, but I tried to let you be in contact with the people that you wanted to be in contact with. But that's a whole other thing. We can't go through a whole therapy session here. But let's just put it this way, right? There's also the extremes. That's a good way to put it. The extremes. There's a little grain of the extremes. I got a body count that would make Paul vomit. I don't care about people's body count. I'm not judgmental. I'm not. It's just my personal. I have never wanted that kind of thing. Anonymous sex is kind of ick to me. But anyway, the extremes. A little grain of the extremes remains. The anger and sadness is present, a little grain, just as much as the intense love is present, just a small grain, right? And that's true of everyone. No, that's cool. And that's something that was probably pretty fucking toxic, right? Right? One way or the other. And you don't have that now. And that's... Look how fucking gray I am, bro. Do you see it? I look like Dr. Drew. It's happening. It's happening. Well, I appreciate it then. That's what I appreciate then. If that is the case, then I appreciate that because it is for my benefit, right? Because what I just told you is true. Has nothing to do with security. It is not exclusive to you. It's something that I have, asked of pretty much every ex I have, right? I've had this conversation in some capacity privately, usually, right? But that's the thing is like, we've talked about this before. So yeah, and I appreciate that. Would that I could, but I know myself a little better than that. Right? A little bit of that angst, a little bit of anger, a little bit of sadness, grief, loss, and a little bit of just super intense, crazy love. Just a little grain of it at both ends. And both of those things are orbiting themselves in that person, and it's just chaotic for me. You only long for a friendship with one of them. Ah, unrequited love. Unrequited friendship. There's one relationship I have a lot of heartache for. Yeah. Well, I have a little heartache for every relationship that I've lost. Like I said, they're all a little bit of a wound that won't heal. This is called a sugar sticks. It's an infused joint. I don't know. But yeah, there's like, and it's like, it's not just you, Ash. It's, all of my long-term adult exes, right? People that I, because I think about you and me, like it wasn't just a simple thing. Sometimes we reduce it to simplicity as we get further from it and we move on from it. We've got like a new relationship now, and the other one just becomes very simple. They never become simple to me. The complexity of that remains in my head. The good times, the bad times, all of that stuff, there's echoes of it constantly, and that going all the way back to when I was a teenager, right? And I can't control that about myself. In the first few years especially, I had a lot of moments where I asked myself, what would Paul do? Well, whatever. I mean, that sucks, but I don't always have the best advice either, so don't worry about it. You probably did the right thing. I think trusting my advice might have been one of the problems. You know what I mean? Because you seem to have really like kind of come into your own and found your way and all of that stuff, and I'm super happy for that. You know what I mean? I never wanted to be a barrier to that in any way. But I think I'm a little too old school or whatever. Maybe that's what it was. I have antiquated ideas about relationships and all of that, right? Maybe that's what it boiled down to. I don't know. I guess let's just have a therapy session. We'll just do it. No, I'm kidding. It's funny though. You know what I mean? Oh, people do need to find their way. Sometimes old school ways of looking at things are super useful, helpful. Well, whatever. I don't push my views on anybody other than, I expect, like, if I'm going to be in a long-term committed relationship with somebody, I expect my views to be respected and stuff. And I try my damnedest to respect theirs. And if they're just incompatible, like maybe Ashley and I's were, maybe, then it's irreconcilable to me. Life is so fucking incredible, isn't it? Yeah, it is. It can be kind of fun. It can be a fun life. La vida è bella. Hey there, sweetheart.
I'm still going.
Yeah, I'm doing an old school fucking 100 to 0, I guess. No, I don't know if I'll go all the way to 0. There's so many varied experiences. Yes, it is kind of cool. Rascal squirrel. Do you tend to simplify life events and relationships in retrospect, or hyper-examine them? Yeah, I overthink them. Well, I don't think I overthink them. At first, I think everybody overthinks. After you break up, you're just like, wow, right? But I think I hold on to the good and the bad, a little bit of it forever, right? I can remember just my first real relationship. I can remember just being sick to my stomach sometimes with just anger and sadness and all of that from the way that she would treat me. You know what I mean? This is all the way back when I was like 18. You know what I mean? So my first real kind of like adult relationship. And even to today, right? If I think about her, I feel a little bit of that intensity, right? I haven't sugar coated it away. That a little bit of that intensity remains, right? And it's what keeps me away. Well, the same, right? Do you tend to, oh yeah. But no, I do, if I have a tendency, it's probably towards hyper examination of my past or whatever, but that's just a trait of mine. But it's also one of the reasons why I just don't think like exes and friends works for me. Maybe there are some people that can make that shit work, but exes and close buddies is just, like I said, too much of that turmoil is still there. And it's only a matter of time. I happen to think that time is a flat circle anyway, and that everything that happens is happening forever. So it's not even over. I'm still in the midst of all those breakups. We're still hurting one another and laughing with one another
I'm in the midst of it all. I am the milieu of all of those things, and they're all happening forever. Time is a flat circle. There you go. I think I've smoked too much weed. I think I finally reached that point.
I was actually tired enough he didn't zoom up the stairs.
Jeez, T. What is it? I think I finally found it. After all these years, I finally found too much.
What, you had 3 infused?
Yeah. Well, 2 and a partridge in a pear tree. Paul then administered his own therapy and come through a spontaneous breakthrough. No, I mean, there's no breakthrough. I've known this stuff that we've been talking about myself for a long fucking time. And, yeah, well, maybe not a long time, but I've known it about myself an adequate amount of time to know the truth of it. I'm too old to say it's a long time in the grand scheme, but no, I'm not letting you guys hit the joint. And I'm not hitting the joint anymore. I'm done hitting the joint. Okay, I've hit it enough. I'm gonna take a little joint break for a minute. I let my tolerance catch up with my ability to talk. This is a good time though to ply. This would be a good time to ply me for the depths. Do you want me to post my Reddit name again? I tell you what, Wendell, come back some other time and do it another time. Yeah, because I don't care anymore. I've well and truly moved all the way the fuck on. So I tell you what, come back another time, and because I just don't fucking care, bro. Like, I cared about an hour ago, and you played coy, and now I couldn't give a shit less. Persistence of some human beings is noble. I know. I know. Sure, I'm gonna keep posting about you, just so you know. I wouldn't have. What did you think I was laboring under some misapprehension that you were gonna like quit being a subreddit weirdo? No. You are what you are, mate. That's fine though. We know, Wendell. Wild horses couldn't drag you away from your keyboard. We know, dude. It's cute. But hey, Wendell, like after this ends here pretty soon, probably, I might go jump in my Discord if you want. You could always join. You want to hit him with the link real quick there, Phoebes? Hey, you are more than welcome, Wendell Wynn, to come into my Discord and talk to me there if you want. I might even let you pick my don't respond to my mods. You were talking to me, Wendell. You don't have full chat privileges, remember? You are allowed to post about subreddit drama only. Thank you, Phoebes. There you go, Wendell. So if you want, you can come talk to me there. And I might even let you talk about things that aren't subreddit drama.
But you remember, you're on chat restrictions, Wendell. You don't get to talk to anybody but me. And the only thing you can do is ask me questions about subreddit drama. That's it. Unless you want to reveal your name. But you have a problem here. You don't follow my rules? Uh, But you've been following my rules all night. Don't ban him, by the way. No bans. Oh, you did? We'll post it again. Giant beef jerky 5039. Weird. Well, cool. But you're still on restriction. You're still on restriction. No, he doesn't get a bruising. That's when this is Wendell tapping. This is what they do. When they realize they've met their match, they go, fuck you, you fat piece of shit, you're ugly, stupid, and then they get banned, right? I'm not gonna give Wendell the satisfaction. Wendell's gonna have to sit and stew. I was playing with my prey, and now I want to hear it bray for its fucking herd that's never gonna come. Your match, yeah. Look, I would estimate that there's 20 to 30 minutes left on this battery. Would you like me to go get my other phone? You can pipe up on Discord. You seem to have a lot to say. Bro, I would say you met your match, but you're on a subreddit about hating me, bro. I'm like the king of you. Like, you didn't meet your match, you met your king. And he's deemed you unworthy of anything other than talking about subreddit drama. I'm the fucking king of you. I'm rent free in your head to the point where you've been in here for hours just desperate to pick my brain about old Sweet Pea. Dude, I think he's Sweet Pea, dude. I think he's hella old Sweet Pea, dude. He's so fucking mad. I'd be mad too, though. I'd be hella mad. Because now he's got no choice but to rage quit. Because I'm just going to sit here and treat him like a zoo specimen for the rest of the night. Sweet Pea's a good guy. That other mod is a cringe dumbass. Womp womp, dude. Sweet Pea, the super snorted out cokehead, is a good guy. So you are Sweet Pea. That's fucking great. So what happened, Sweet Pea? Did you go do a rail and grow some balls and come in here and think you were gonna like buck up? I know you ain't going anywhere, bitch. I know you ain't going anywhere because you're a zoo exhibit. Dude, look at everybody in the chat is pointing and laughing at the gorilla as he dances and beats his chest and eats banana in his cage. I would never let anybody ban you, Wendell. You're a zoo exhibit in here. Dude, you've just admitted too much. You're a fucking hate subreddit obsessed little bitch who doesn't have the balls to step one toe into real life. And now I'm treating you like you're a giraffe at the zoo. And we're all gathered. And if people want to pay $5, they can feed you some fucking eucalyptus leaves and you can put your big black giraffe tongue around them. That's it, bro. You've trolled me a lot? Bro, who's getting trolled now? Can I ask that question? Which one of us is getting the better end of this? Yeah. This is called content farming, bro. You're just a specimen. Dude, you are sweet pea. If you took your shirt off, you would legitimately be an exhibition. Yeah, an exhibition of manliness, bro. An exhibition of lumpy, fat, hairy man. What would you be if you took your shirt off, Wendell? In fact, here's a better question. What would you be if you took your mask off, Wendell? Dare you cam up? What if I challenged you, Wendell? You don't even have to talk to me. I want you to get on Discord, cam up, and do this. And then you can turn it off, and we're going to show everybody. How about that? Would you do that? I don't want your Reddit name anymore. We're past that. You want to cam up? You want to you want to put a whole foot into reality and let people see what you look like? Since you're going to talk about what a specimen I would be if I took my shirt off. How about this? I will take my shirt off if you cam up and prove it's you. You can show me up with your rad physique, bro. Show me how ripped and fucking tore and shredded up you are, bro. No, I wouldn't offer him a fucking hay penny to cam up. It ain't worth that. But for the memes, we'll see if he's got balls in a sec. No, I'm skinny fat. And keep your fucking mouth shut about me then, bitch. Next. Got anything else? Subreddit drama only. Keep it coming. Keep the hate boner up, because you're not allowed to talk about anything else. You got zero feedback on nothing. All right? I don't even want to hear you about nothing. Ban me? That's what you want, that so bad. But guess what, dude? As much as the gorilla beats his chest and begs the zookeeper to take him back to Africa, the zookeeper never does. Every day the zoo opens, you're now an exhibit at this place, bro. Every time you're here, we're all gonna remember you and point and laugh. Oh, it's the gorilla. You guys want to get some popcorn and go sit by the gorilla cage and see what he gets up to today? You're a zoo exhibit, bro. I know you desperately want to ban me so you can salvage some ego from this and go like, see, Paul's a bitch and he rage quit. That's going to be you, player. You don't have to be here. Ban yourself. Rage quit. Ban yourself and rage quit. Subreddit only. Cam up if you want to talk about my appearance. Cam up. You know, is there a way to censor him? Can you guys like time him out for 1 second so it like, don't let him talk about anything that isn't a question about subreddit drama. So if he responds to one of you in chat or to something where I'm talking about him, like he tries to make a comeback, he's not allowed that. Yeah, 10 sec, thank you. 10-second timeout every time he transgresses. He's never allowed to say anything that isn't subreddit drama. He wants to earn that, he can cam up. He can take a pinky toe into reality. Or get on Discord with me, his choice. I want to hear the voice, or I want to see the face. Otherwise, he's on permanent chat restriction, where he can't say anything in the chat other than subreddit drama. So when you come back from your timeout, keep that in mind, Wendell, okay? Those are your rules. And enforcement will be swift and total. Cam up. Dude, I would gain mad respect for you if you cammed up. Mad respect, bro. Honestly. Dead ass. Ain't nobody gonna judge you. I won't promise that, but I would gain respect for you if you came up. Just show me your face. What's gonna happen? You want to make snide remarks about me? Came up. His balls are so big. Because his balls are minuscule. It would be chill, too. It usually is. Pretty fucking chill. But anyway, since it looks like Wendell's done, you can dish it. But no, that's not subreddit drama. You're not allowed to try and make clapbacks. Give him his 10 seconds, Phoebes. 10 seconds. Nothing like that gets the remains on the record in chat, Wendell. It's like it never existed. You don't exist here other than you can dish it out, but you can't take it. Well, if you can take it, can you take it? Because how can I dish out like visual shit about you if you don't have the balls to cam up and prove it's you? That's all I'm asking. Get on Discord real quick. Give me like a 10-second flash of your face. Alchemist Soil says so are you Alchemist Soil? Is that your little guy? Okay, cool. And, that's fine. Tell him to hit me up on Twitter or something, I got plenty of time. He just asked me about terms. No terms. Free for all. Whatever he's got, like he's got a channel that's got dozens of videos about me on it. Free for all. Loose format. Proposed loose format, free for all. Everything's on the table. Even the shit he talked about with Amelia. He wants to question me about that shit. I'm willing to talk about anything. Nothing's off the table. I don't promise I'll answer. Like if a question is too impertinent or personal, I'm not saying I'll answer it. But I'm not putting any restriction. Yeah, like a TJ style debate. You're just there to make sure that both sides get a chance to talk. Does 10 p.m. PST Saturday work? Let me check. Do we have anything going on this Saturday? Yeah, so 10 p.m. this Saturday works. Next Saturday, not. Well, I thought Phoebes would be a good intermediary for it. Yeah. This Saturday. Not next. I just want to make sure it's not next, because next Saturday I'm out of town. But 10 p.m. this Saturday, and I'm going to do it only on your channel, Phoebes. So I might make like a quick announcement video over here, and maybe I'll talk about it on the Friday show. And we'll push some people over there, but I want it to be on your channel. He can do whatever he wants. He can cross stream. I'm letting you know I don't intend to. Unless you want me to. I think it's better, if we announce it and then, it's all through your shit. Yeah, you can give donos too, but I don't want any piece of the donations. I think everything should go to Phoebes from my end of it. And Alchemist Soil can run his own stream. I prefer Discord. Well, I can do either StreamYard or Discord. It's whatever. I'm set up for both. So whatever he prefers is fine there. I'm fine with him doing his own stream and taking donos on his own thing. But any donos that come through this will go to Phoebe. And that's the way I want it. That's why I won't be streaming, because I don't want to go through the problem of fucking getting money, having to pay taxes on it, and then sending it to fucking Phoebes. So it's Phoebe's channel, 10 p.m. this Saturday. Phoebe's going to moderate, and I will, how long will you be able to talk? I don't have a hard out. It's a late Saturday night. I don't have any plans. We can talk as long as he wants to talk. Like, if it peters out or gets boring, I reserve the right, but I don't have a hard out. If he has a hard out, whatever. I don't care. I don't really have much to say to him. I'm sure I'm going to kind of let him ask questions of me, and we'll see what happens. You know what I mean? I mean, the dude's got dozens and dozens, that's what I'm saying. And dozens of videos about me. Let's do it. You know what I mean? I'm cool with it. No worries. You ain't got to give me all with all the updates. I'm locked in for that time. If he's got a heart out, he's got a heart out. I don't. I figure we'll check the vibes, and when the vibes are done, when he feels like he's done, or I feel like I'm done, we'll call it. Let's keep it casual, right? And yeah, you'll just be there to make sure we're not yelling and screaming like apes over each other. That everybody gets a chance to respond and ask questions and back and forth and shit, right? I know who this guy is Brett 2.0. He's just a dude that hates my guts, that, disagrees with me politically, I think, more than anything, but said some pretty mean things about Amelia, and he has never, to my knowledge, reached out to talk to me in any way that would reach me. And so I reached out to him today, earlier in a stream, saying, I kind of threw down the gauntlet. I was like, hey, dude, you want to talk? Let's get it. And I guess he wants to do it. So, yeah, I'll give him, like I said, I haven't watched all his videos, but from what I have heard of him, he seems to at least be better than, smarter than Brett Keane by a measurable margin. So, most of what I know about Alchemist Soil, honestly, Phoebes, is me sitting and kind of gaming and listening to your talk with him, right? So, is what it is. And he didn't seem like, The energy seemed very different from his videos and stuff. And not that I'm expecting him to bring that same energy to our talk. I just, whatever. I'm giving the opportunity. Dude seems like he really fucking disagrees with me. I'm not a politician. I'm not out here trying to change minds. And I'm open-minded to having my mind changed. Like, I'm willing to listen to hear the guy out. You know what I mean? I'm cool with that. I'm always willing to listen to somebody. I can't guarantee my mind will change on anything. But, I'm not closed to the opportunity or whatever. Oh, yeah. I peep your shit out, Phoebes. Yeah, I peep your shit out. Like I said, man, I do too much streaming to watch a stream that, like, I'm not saying you, because yours usually have a very different timbre and tone to mine, but it's in the same style or format or whatever. Like, I do too much of it myself. I don't know that I have the tolerance to watch tons and tons of everybody, but yeah, no, I always check out what you're doing. You know what I mean? I don't check out every goddamn stream, but I keep in touch. Okay, I keep my finger on the pulse. I throw you on the background when I'm like gaming sometimes and let you fucking do your thing. Well, I wouldn't say that, like, I didn't invent this type of fucking streaming, so I wouldn't say it's ideology, but we share a format, right? We're yappers that talk to the chat, right? I ain't claiming I invented it. No. I didn't pioneer it. Oh, I don't know about perfected it, but whatever. You don't got to give me no fucking. I'm just a dude that yaks on the internet. Wish I was able to stream. Why can't you stream, Sam? Just start a phone stream. You are a pioneer. I don't think so, Sam. Because I'm scared. Why? You were always awesome. Dude, you were great on Discord, and there would be a bit. I remember back in the day, there would be like 30 people in there, and you weren't all scared of that. It's the same shit. It's just like Dwight. Like, look, there's 62 people here now. It's not like we're like packed out with people. I think a good day for me is 150, 200 viewers at a time. Maybe that's a real good day. Just chatting, yeah, it's popular on Twitch. It was popular before I started doing it. The people that really pioneered what I'm doing were on, what was that? It wasn't Vine. Periscope. And I started doing it on Periscope as well, but there were people doing it well before me. Yeah. Well, I was doing Stickam too. Maybe I am a fucking pioneer. Because I keep thinking of things. I'm like, no, they started on Stickam. And I was like, I was all over that. Oh, no. They started on YouTube Lives. Well, I was all over that. Yeah, maybe I am a fucking pioneer. God damn. Hold up. Gotta pop my collar real quick. I get told a lot at work I should start streaming. I just don't see the use in it. Well, I mean, you can make a little money on the side. People will donate and stuff, but you don't got to do it for the money. It's fun. So is it official, Phoebe? Oh God, Wendell just has to know. Wendell, who isn't Alchemist Soil, and isn't Subreddit guy, and isn't Little Dick Dude, he needs to know. So that time is good for you, Phoebes. You ain't carving out time for family shit. We're not going to be messing with your family time. You got a place you can, because I don't want to put this, like, I asked you to do it, right? but I don't want it to be a burden on you. That's the biggest thing to me. I have the time, and I give a fuck if it's a burden on Alchemist Soil's time. I hope it's a burden on his time. But you, I want to make sure we're not taking family time. You're not going to be keeping people awake, etc., in your space, right? So if a different time needs to happen so that you, because you're key to this, because I want you to kind of keep it civil. Not civil, but keep it flowing, all right? I trust you to do that. But I don't want it to be, okay, you said you're totally good for that. I just want to make sure, because I'm open to different time of the day. We can do it earlier, we can do it later. I don't care. It's up to him and you, okay? Because you guys kind of know when I'm live, right? And just ask me and I'll let you know if I'm available outside of those days, right? But you guys come, but if that works, if Saturday 10 p.m. works, then yeah, it's a date. I haven't watched AVG in a long time, bro. A long time. Thanks. Kinda thanks. Just stop. I hate it when, dude, I hate when people talk about how I look. Whether it's good, bad, or otherwise, I hate feedback on how I look. I never like it. It always sucks. I appreciate it. It is what it is. He's pretty much given up. AVGN, yeah. That's kind of why. I'll say kinda. That's cringe. I'm sorry. I just don't like it. Cringe though it may be. I'm a little bit cringe. Hey, Paul, you look. Damn. Harsh in my gig. I just look. I look neutral. Yeah, I look. Look, you look. It just gets old, man. I'm not an e-girl. I'm not out here trying to I don't want it. I don't want to just spend the whole time going, thank you, 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 you, thank you, thank you. I don't want it. Paul versus Alchemist Soil. Place your bets, boys. Cash on the barrelhead. 2 men enter. Well, 1 man enters, 1 man leaves. Well, I mean, you're streaming your face 8 hours a day. It's inevitable. Yeah, but I mean, it's constant, though, bro. Embrace your homosexual side. Okay. Well, that felt nice. You're fanboying Alki? Why? I thought you said you thought the guys over there were kind of weirdos. Now, so you're definitely standing Alki over there? So let me ask you this then, Wendell. What's your main problem with me? What makes you want to post horrible things about me on a subreddit? At what point did I lose your respect as a human being? Because I don't know you. So I have no reason to disrespect you beyond just the general disrespect I give everybody. But what is the number one thing, if I had to ask you, that made you just hate my fucking guts, dude? Was it Anne Frank? Was that the stone? Was that the straw that broke the camel's back? Was it Anne Frank? What was it, bro? Let me know what it was. Anne Frank was the one. See, you are. So, are you willing to admit, dude? Are you willing to admit who you are, bro? You're sweet pea, bro. Just say you're sweet pea. Look, dude, if you were a cokehead and you cleaned up, just say it. It is okay that I was right about you. You don't have to quit hiding. You're sweet pea. The other one was Downs in Sweden thing, I guarantee you. Downs in what even is that? Downs in Sweden. What they don't oh, I said they don't have Down syndrome in Sweden. And they do. Oh shit. Tie me to the stake. Burn me at the stake. Oh my god, dude. You know what? That makes me want to start a channel that gets fucking 30 views a video and make 200 videos about what a fucking piece of shit I am right there, bro. Holy shit, man. It all makes sense, bro. It all makes sense. It all makes sense to me now, bro. You called me the bitch mod, your cuck, for over an hour, and now you're calling me sweet pea. What? Huh? Dude, you need to just, like, take your fucking... I gotta tell you, dude, you got too much ego wrapped up in this, bro. I gave you the opportunity, and you kind of just, like, weakly kind of came back. Yeah, Wendell's crashing out. Is this a meltdown? Hold on. Let's find out. I mean, the people know. The people will know. There we go. There's a poll. Give him a second. He did another line. Yeah. He just took a bump. He's got to take a bump real quick. He voted no. Instant. The one no vote is Wendell, bro. The one no vote is Wendell. Ah, Wendell. The stream is wild. It has been buck wild, but I have to say it's coming to an end. So, what I need everybody watching right now that has been enjoying this to do, if you haven't already, go subscribe to my mod and longtime, streamer and collaborator on this channel, Phoebe Ophi. Go subscribe now at 10 o'clock on Saturday. I'll be talking to a dude that hates me on the subreddit that made a channel that's got, like, I don't know, I'll have to find out how many, but there's a lot of hours, a lot of videos. And it's all about me. That's one of the things I hate about you. You look to your simps for constant affirmation. So if this had gone the other way, you'd be beating your chest, right? I got it, right? So if it was just resoundingly, the chat was like, no, actually, Wendell isn't melting down, bro. Wendell's been awesome. You know what I'm talking about? So... anyway, yeah, my phone's about to die, so this is over. Go subscribe to Phoebe. 10 o'clock Saturday, me versus Dork from the subreddit that doesn't like me.